Hi and welcome to Day 3 of India Poker Championship Megastacks 2022 in Nepal. Well, I am Palak and I invite you to the live stream broadcast of the first final table of this inaugural edition of IPC Megastacks. Well, we had total 226 entries in the 25k kick-off event with a total prize pool of whopping 56.5 lakhs. Well, 29 places will be paid out and now we are down to final 8. Well, the winner of the event will take home a huge prize of 13.3 lakh payout. So without further ado, let's invite our 8 finalists. On seat number 1, we have Mahesh Shamsundar with 17.5 lakh. On seat 2, we have Kumar Vatsal with a stack of 3.95 lakh. Congratulations. On seat 3, we have Harsh Bubna with 12.8 lakh. On seat 4, we have Kanishka Samant with 3.15 lakh. On seat 5, we have our smallest stack of the table. That's Ashish Ahuja with 95k. Not bad. On seat 6, we have Arjanveer Chadha with 4.65 lakh. Congratulations. On seat 7, Samay Modu with 10.9 lakh. On seat 8, we have Sameer Agarwal with a stack of 14.5 lakh. Congratulations. Well, I think this is an interesting lineup, but there's going to be some great action coming up for you guys. Well, over to our commentator Prajeet Gambhir and Akshay Kapoor.
We present you the India Poker Championship Megastacks at Casino Vegas by Big Daddy here in Nepal. I have my co-commentator with me, my good friend, poker player, Akshay Kapoor. How's it going, brother?
I'm good. I'm really excited. I missed my flight. I caught another flight to be here.
Yeah.
I mean, I am really excited.
That is something that we will surely be picking up in this particular discussion that we have here. Listen, I just want to quickly reiterate a couple of things that we just heard from our anchor there. 226 entries of 25,000 rupees each, making a prize pool of above 55 lakhs, approximately 56 lakhs there, up for grabs. 29 places paid, 29 people made it to day 2, and then we played down to the final 8. This is the final table. 1.63 lakh has been guaranteed by the 8th place position, but the top place is what they're all playing for, 13.31 lakh up top. What do you have to say about all the players on the table?
I mean, first of all, it's a huge amount of money to play for anyone. It's a good mix. I can see on the table that there are a few regulars, and then there are some few wildcards. So it's going to be a really interesting fight.
I always like to do this. Anyone in particular who you'd like to put your money on? Can we have a side bet going? Obviously.
I mean, I think I was going for it. I've been watching a lot of streams, and they used to do snake. So what they do is they pick up a flop, red or black, and the person who gets it right picks the first one. So we can do that. We can pick 2 each, and then we can fight it out. And if we get top 2 position, any of us, there could be a bonus for it as well.
so I mean, listen, I'm a very big fan of Ashish Ahuja, but at this point in time, we all understand poker. He is the shortest stack. I'm not going to go for my man here. I don't know. Listen, it's actually difficult not to choose Sameer Agarwal here because he has the chip lead. But at this point in time, the action is going to begin. So we're going to cut our discussion short, move on to the action, and take you guys through exactly what we see.
Alrighty. So do you want to pick a color for the flop for this hand, and then the winner gets to pick his first pick out of everyone? Red?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll take black then. Didn't have much choice there.
Yeah. Alright. That was the first hand right there. The final 8 players. We have Mahesh with a chip lead with about 17 lakh chips, which is quite a significant chip lead if you really consider it, because the person coming second is Sameer with 14 lakhs, but there are a lot of shorter stacks on the table dwindling between 3, 4 and 5 lakh there, over which he has a huge chip lead there.
I wouldn't count anyone out because I have seen a lot of these players play online and offline, and I've seen Sameer fold pocket jacks pre-flop, and I know Kanishka.
Very first hand, Kanishka there with a stack of 3,15,000 has gone all in.
Wow. Harsh Bubna is also a very, very good player. We've seen him in play a lot of live tournaments.
Correct. Absolutely. At this point in time, we can see that no one's really given any action to Kanishka. This is the very first hand, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, this is the final table of the kickoff event here at Casino Vegas by Big Daddy, the Indian Poker Championship Mega Stack.
Small blind seems interested. He is asking for the count from the dealer. Kanishka shoving for 3.15 lakh chips.
Yeah. I believe that's Samay, right? He's obviously got Kanishka covered. He's got 3x of Kanishka's chips there, but he is contemplating whether he wants to make this call at this stage of the final table or not. We obviously are going to bring in the graphics as well for you guys, for us to understand what he's thinking currently. We're sweating with Kanishka.
We didn't get to
down?
see a flop. Yeah, takes it down.
Takes it down. Listen, I still have red on the next flop, so
Alrighty.
you don't have much choice there. Black for you.
Do you know much about these players, Prajit?
I mean, I've been recently playing a couple of live tournaments, and had the pleasure of playing with a few of them, even live and online. I won't really say I have a bunch of reads on them, but listen, I've commentated a bunch on them and have a basic idea of how they go about their business. But listen, having said that, to say the least, they're all brilliant players because they have made it this far, and they're in the final late.
14 lakh. Only 50 minus. Only big blind 90, 50,000. 50 less from him and 50 more to him. No, 50 less from him, 50 add. So let's check your chips. Yeah. See. Add 50. Only 50 add.
I've actually just been informed from our production team that there was a slight misstep in the first hand that we just played. It was played without the small blind being posted. So we are now going to have another chip count of all the players and restart the final table with the updated chip stacks. So we're waiting for the updated chip count, and once that happens is when we will be able to show you exactly what the chip count of each and every one on this table is. There we have it. Mahesh with his 1.7 million, 17 lakh chips at under the gun, letting it go. Moving on to Kumar with another junk hand. Harsh seems to have a very playable hand there. Ace-5 suited, +2.
It's like aces for any regular player. We can see fireworks. If he faces any aggression, we can see fireworks with his hand.
Yes, this is one of the stronger aces considered. A lot of people don't understand the dynamics here. But Kanishka letting his Queen Jack off go against an open of 55,000. For everyone who's watching, for anyone who's tuned in right now, the blinds are at 15,000, 25,000 with a 25,000 big blind ante.
Yeah.
So this is slightly different from online tournaments, as you must understand, because in online tournaments, a lot of people, every player has to post their own individual ante, whereas a big blind ante is something that you post in live structures to save time and also standardize. So the big blind posts not just the big blind, but another big blind worth the ante as well.
It's basically big blind person is paying for everyone
Correct.
as ante to
Absolutely.
speed up the game.
Absolutely, to speed up the time, it makes the life easier of the dealer as well. He doesn't have to collect antes from everybody, and this is a shift that we've seen in the last couple of years, especially in the live format of the game. Here we have the chip count for you.
Small big.
We haven't seen a flop yet, Rajat. Still want to stick with the red?
I think I am. I don't think I'm moving away from my choice. Kumar under the gun with pocket fives. Thinking about it. He's not that deep though.
No. I mean, I think it's around 17 big blinds.
Correct. And he decides to lay it down. He doesn't want to open with fives there in that situation. Is it a standard play, do you think?
Yeah, I think so, because
Yeah.
when you have 17 bigs, you don't really want to open small pockets because
And
they don't have
And
playability.
Kanishka would have woken up with kings. So.
There we go. Solomon's.
Yeah.
We see another pocket threes.
And that's a very short stack which Ashish just laid down. He essentially had less than 4 big blinds there.
Yeah.
And he laid down his pocket threes against an open. Having a very solid read because Kanishka can have any 2 over cards and he knows he has 50% equity there against 2 over cards, and if he gets called he should be willing to take that flip some other times, but decided to make a pretty good laydown. That's Ashish Ahuja.
I mean, see, Kanishka is not opening pocket fours, pocket threes, pocket deuces from that position.
Correct.
So it's really fair for him to fold pocket threes in that.
Yeah. Because at best he is looking at 50% equity
Yeah, at
against
best.
2 over cards,
At
right?
best.
Otherwise he's basically an underdog at 20% equity
Yeah.
against the 80. Mahesh on the big blind with 7-3 and all the chips to play with. Can't really complain him, but he lets it go. Kanishka taking it down would be a little disappointed that he got no action with his pocket kings, but listen, this is poker, can't do much. All right, here are the payouts like we just told you a while ago. 8th position has 1,63,000 locked in at this point in time, but they all are paying for their first position, which is upwards of 13 lakhs.
I mean, for a buy-in for 25,000, you're getting 1,60,000 for finishing 8th. I think it's a really good price structure.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'm just happy that I get to see live poker back in India and all the pros traveling to Nepal for this event.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, you obviously have to give it to Spartan Poker.
Yeah.
And here, Casino Vegas by Big Daddy for organizing such a beautiful event. I
Yeah.
mean, the casino is brilliant, the vibe is excellent, you can see the final table, you can see the setup, everything is at point on top of their game, and I can assure you every single player would vouch for that. Here we have Samay with a junk hand, letting it go.
And for those people who are not here with us playing poker, we just have to tell them there's also a pool party today after the
Absolutely.
game. So it's just not poker, it's entertainment as well.
And you also have free helicopter rides. I'm not a big fan of flying in helicopters.
Is it
so I
free?
may not. Yeah, it is.
Oh my god, I gotta book one then.
Yeah, it is. I believe it's complimentary for everybody who's around a helicopter. I also saw a bunch of people going in with their GoPro cams and making videos and vlogging about that as well. So that's pretty cool. I saw a lot of people doing that. So maybe tomorrow, but I'm not the biggest fan of flying, so I may skip that one. But the pool party for sure.
Yeah.
Small big. Fold.
Ash is just really picking up the junk. Like he's handcuffed with his blinds that he has, and then he's getting 7-3 suited in from early position. I mean,
Absolutely. I mean, listen, Ashish has just one way of approaching this final table at this point in
Yeah.
time, considering he's the shortest stack. There's no such ICM on him, but he's at this point in time he has 4 bigs,
Yeah.
even lesser than 4 big blinds there. He has to pick up a hand, go all in, and hope to win basically.
100%.
Hope to get called and win, or pick up some blinds and antes, which are also pretty valuable because you know if you see the pot right now, it's 65,000. That's about 60% of his stack already in
Yeah.
there. So if he picks those up, he moves up to 150,000 chips as well, which is just great for him. On the hijack, Samay there.
But the thing is, he has to be very careful when he's shoving
Raise
because
55.
it's very easy for other players to call his all in because it's only like going to be three binds. We see Samay opening 6-4 suited from hijack, which
I believe there may be some error with his chip stack there in terms of graphics. I do not think that he has. He had a starting stack of around 80,000-90,000 to open 55,000 with his 6-4 suited from
Yeah, I was
hijack.
like-
Yeah, it was a
He's
little
got, like,
confusing.
4
I
bigs.
I just got that input from the production team. We will be revising that stack depth for Samay. I'm pretty sure he did not have that stack depth to start off with. Anyways, he opened to 55,000. We'll know exactly what his stack depth was. Cut off. calls with his suited ace, and now on the big blind, Harsh, who's got a very, very, very big stack with him with ace 10 off. We'll see how he wants to approach this.
I think just calling here is just fine play by Harsh, because if he does squeeze, he cannot call an all-in by both the players.
Yeah.
So is he really bluffing with ace 10 off in the big blind? If I am him, I'm just calling and seeing the flop.
Raised 8, and it looks like a pretty big, sizable chunk of chips that he has put in. I think he's
Seems
going to
like
get
a-
this through.
I think
Definitely.
it looks like around 200k. The thing is, Prajit, I'm not really sure
195.
if he knows if he's bluffing or is it actually value betting it.
True that.
Because I mean, if both the players or either of the players shove, he really cannot call with ace 10
So
off
if he
here.
can't call, then I have to assume that he is bluffing
I
here
think
with his
so,
ace
yeah.
10 off, right? He's converting his hand into a bluff sort of a situation. And in this situation, obviously, he doesn't even want to get
Fold.
called because he's going to be out of position
Yeah.
with his ace 10 off, and he'll have to play the entire hand like that. And Sameer, who had flatted his ace 4 of hearts.
I mean, this is the problem of flatting ace for suited in the cutoff, because when you get squeezed, you literally can't do anything. You got to fold your suited ace x here. If I was Sameer, I would like to 3-bet pre here, get the hand heads up
Yeah.
pre-flop. And I'm pretty sure if Sameer would have elected to 3-bet this hand, we would see Harsh fold
Yeah, he
ace
would
10
have
off.
forced. He would have forced a lot of better hands to fold there in that situation behind him. You can see there, Sameer has made that call. He is in position. Ace
I-
4 of hearts.
I mean-
listen, he must have some understanding about what Harsh is doing there in that situation. I could see.
I've got a few interesting stories for Sameer, because I think he bluffed me once. Like we were playing cash games, and he was like, "I don't know anything about poker," and like he was literally
Yeah.
telling me,
Yeah.
"Bro, what to do here, what to do that." Next month, I see him ship like a live event for like I don't know more than 10 lakhs. Then I see him playing in Goa again, tournament finishing like on final table. And we are back today, and he's here.
He's
on
here
the final table
again on the final table, yeah. I recently commentated on Sameer as well during a feature table that we had
150,000.
in another live tournament back in Goa. But here's a c-bet. We actually see the flop, and it is red. So
You win.
I win.
Alright, you'll have your first pick. That's fine by me. The thing is, like, I've always seen Sameer as a tight player, because while you were commentating on him previously, I saw him folding pocket jacks pre-flop just to a 3-bet from the big blind. So he opened on the button, and somebody 3-bets him from the big blind, and he open folds pocket jacks. I
At
mean,
this point in time, he has some backdoor draws. He
Yeah.
has the backdoor wheel draw and also the backdoor nut flush draw there with his ace 4 of hearts. There's a small c-bet of 150,000 put in by Harsh there in that spot. Sameer, contemplating.
the only hand Sameer can have here is like king queen offsuit or king queen suited, but then there's two combos. Like there's not many combos out there for that hand.
Yeah, and he's let
yeah.
ace 4 go, and with that we see our man Harsh picking up some chips. So with that, I am going to have Harsh as my first pick.
Alrighty. I was literally hoping that you wouldn't pick Harsh, because he was my first pick as well. Who should I pick? Ooh. I will pick Arjun Veers. I'll pick Arjun Veer for my first pick. I trust my man to do the job. Poker Guru
Absolutely.
ambassador.
Yeah,
So
you give him chips and he will show you magic.
Who's going to be your second pick?
I am going to take another hand to figure that out, because I would want to know the revised chip count for Samay before I
Going
make that
blind.
decision. I really can't be making decisions without having complete information here. Ashish Ahuja under the gun with a suited ace, 4 big blinds.
He's just shoving it every day, all day there. I would be surprised to see if he actually folds his hand. I don't think he actually folds his hand ever.
He does go all in.
There you go.
Yes, sir. That is our first all-in from Ashish Ahuja. We're currently playing 8-handed poker on the final table of the kick-off event of the Indian Poker Championship Megastacks here in Nepal. Ashish getting folds from a lot of players. Sameer also letting his queen 4 off go. Mahesh on the cutoff with jack 9 off. Kumar doesn't really have a very big chip stack with his king 8 suited on the button. Still giving it a thought.
Maybe he's looking to gamble.
He's got 16 big blinds and he has to call 4.
The problem with that is that he literally can't flat call this, because like he's gonna put too much of his stack.
Yeah.
even if it's 4 bigs.
And then there are people behind him as well to
Yeah.
play, right? And Kanishka asking kitna hai aur, which basically means he's taking a full count of how much money are you left behind. Kanishka has already, by the way, invested 25,000 as his big blind and 25,000 as an ante as well. But he still has to put in 70,000 more, in my opinion. Yes, he does have to put in 70,000 with his Jack 3 off.
3 bigs, almost 3 bigs.
Yes.
I mean, to win somewhere around 8.5. Not even 8. It's like
Yeah,
6
it's six.
picks. 6 picks, yeah.
6.
What are you doing, Prajit, here? With Jack 3 suited in the big blind?
I don't know. Listen, this is one of those hands which I could let go as well. You know what I mean? But he does make the call. And at that point in time, we have the cards on their backs. Jack 3 suited against Ace 8 suited. Listen, we obviously can see Ashish is up ahead.
Yeah.
Has a 70% chance of winning this hand. If he doesn't, we're going to lose our first player on this final table. You can see their reactions in the split screen view. Let's see the flop. 10-7-10.
Flush draw as well.
Beautiful flop
For
for
Ashish,
Ashish. He
yeah.
must be loving it. He's eaten out other outs as well from Kanishka. The Jack of clubs no longer good. The 3 of clubs no longer good. All right, he hits the ace and the club in the end to basically complete his nut flush there. Beautiful. And that basically means Kanishka chips down to 3,10,000 chips, and Ashish, a very dangerous player, moves up to 2,30,000 chips. Listen, still, it's difficult times for him because he doesn't really have a lot of chips to play with, but a double up is a double up, man. He's still in.
I couldn't even like root for any of those 2 guys. One is my ex-coach, one is my really good friend. So I really literally can't root for who to win. So I was like literally sitting back in my chair. I'm like, I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, I think like 6 different. I know.
And they're discussing whether he should have called or not.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Look at Mahesh checking these 2 speak. Have a conversation on what to do, what not to do.
There we see camaraderie between Kanishka and Ashish. Ashish doubling up under the gun. Arjun Veer with 9-6 off.
Did you know Arjun and Rocky live together?
Yep, in Chandigarh.
In Chandigarh.
Very good buddies.
Yeah.
Both on the final table, both sitting right next to each other. Brilliant players.
And also Arjun is starting his fitness journey. I've been watching his vlogs on Instagram.
Oh wow!
He's going
and
for
I'm assuming he got inspired from his friend,
Ashish
who's
Ahuja. Yeah.
just been amazing and commendable effort by him.
Look at that cap, high roller.
Yeah,
Mahesh.
I mean, I buy that. I just wanted everyone to understand that a high roller with a 100,000 rupee buy-in is also on its way.
55.
Yeah.
And we're going to have the final table streaming. You'll see the both of us again
Yep.
commentating on that final table as well. Tomorrow, that is.
If I don't miss any flights.
You don't have to catch a flight anymore, which is the good part.
This is a really good open by Mahesh. Making use of his chip stack, opening King 5 suited from hijack, putting pressure on Rocky in the big blind.
Absolutely. And Rocky also not really picking up a decent hand to play with. And for somebody who's not aware of who Rocky is, Ashish Ahuja is also known as Rocky.
A very sweet guy, but fierce on the tables. He'll
Absolutely.
keep 3-betting you all day there. So who's your second pick, Prajit? Got to put some pressure on you.
I still haven't received. Oh yes, now we do have Samay's revised stack depth at 970,000 chips. I'm just gonna go play it safe. I'm gonna go pick Mahesh, who's got massive chips on him. I think he should be running pretty deep with that kind of chip stack, considering there are very, very short stacks on the table.
All right, I'll pick Samay then.
Raise 55.
All right.
Fold. Fold.
Sameer opening from early position. We don't know his cards yet, but we got to get them soon.
Yeah, sometimes there are issues with the reading of cards. Here, Harsh, on the cutoff with a very, very beautiful looking
Beautiful.
hand king 10 of diamonds. He must be wary about the fact that Sameer also has a pretty decent chip stack, and he's also open from early position on the table. So he's contemplating what approach he wants to have in this particular situation. He will obviously have position over Sameer.
Yeah.
And he covers Sameer as well. He just makes a flat call there, wanting to play King 10, which plays pretty well post flop
yeah.
with those stack depths in position.
I mean, you can't literally do anything wrong with King 10 suited there. You can 3-bet, you can flat. Like, King 10 is like a beautiful hand, as you said. Playing in position has its benefits. And there are like smaller stacks behind, so he doesn't have to worry much. Even if they shove, he can call or fold with King 10 suited.
And Sameer there, his cards, Ace-7 of diamonds. He's got the diamonds covered for sure. He is ahead right now. Arjun on the big blind with Jack 8 getting pretty decent value to make that call, letting it go. Doesn't want to get involved with the two guys who absolutely cover him there.
I mean, there are a lot of different things that are involved on the final table. Like, if it wasn't a final table, we might see Arjun defend, but with his stack size and on the final table with the ICM pressure, Jack 8 is like just a fine fold. And we see a king high board.
Well, a pretty good board for Harsh there, and I just want to see what Sameer decides to do. Being out of position, he does decide to make a quick check. It's a rainbow board and a beautiful check back there from Harsh, playing it deceptively.
I'm really surprised with that check on King 8-5 board, checking in position with his top pair.
Yeah. Sameer now checking again, and I think Harsh is now going to start taking some value from his hand, definitely, because he has received 2 checks from the pre-flop aggressor, and he's definitely understood that his 2 pair, which is kings and eights at this point in time with the 10 kicker, are definitely good, and he's going to start accumulating some value with his hand now.
I think we're going to see a half pot bet here.
20,000.
Somewhere close.
Around 40% there.
Yeah.
And Sameer doesn't really have much to do here. You know what I mean? He's got Ace-7 of diamonds. He may sometimes feel that his ace high is good and his opponent is trying to just bluff him off. But he makes this call, but
questionable call indeed.
Questionable call because we don't know what he's expecting on the river to improve is what my question is. Another spade rolls down.
Also, one more thing is if actually Harsh was bluffing, he would bet the flop, but he didn't bet the flop, so he had some showdown. On the turn when he decides to bet, it could be for protection, it could be for value.
Yeah.
There are less bluffs when he starts betting turn and not like on the flop.
Yeah.
So a questionable call indeed by Sameer.
Check, hold on, sir.
Oh, it goes check, check, and at this point in time, we will see that Harsh has taken that pot down, and I don't mind that because Harsh has been one of my picks, and Harsh has chipped up to 1.8 million chips there. I believe he is the chip leader at this point in time on that table, and he's playing very, very strong poker. So another payouts, guys. Pretty decent jumps from 6th, from 8th to 7th to 6th, and then you see the massive jumps from 4th, 3rd, the 2nd, and the 1st place. This is exactly how payout structures are. They're usually top heavy, but like you just said a while ago, 25,000 buy-in, 1,63,000 for 8th position. Very good return on your investment.
100%. I think a lot of these players are experiencing IPC for the first time. That's also happening in Nepal. So it's like a different experience for them.
Absolutely.
A beautiful experience indeed.
I mean, IPC is always special.
Yeah, it's always big.
It's
the
always
biggest.
big. It's always got people coming in from all over the country, all over different countries as well. You have a lot of people flying in, big names, influencers, celebrities, you name it, and they're here.
They're here.
And like you just said, there are other things along with poker, like a pool party and like helicopter rides and a bunch of other accommodations as well for everybody here in Nepal. Kumar raising it to 2 big blinds with his queen jack off.
Trying to steal this one from early position.
Kanishka waking up with the big slick ace king
Wrong
suited.
timing, Mr. Kumar.
Yeah, I mean, Kanishka doesn't really have many chips there. He's got 12 big blinds. I don't see any other player except for him just going all in with his ace king there.
And he wants to get called here,
Absolutely.
for sure.
Definitely. Because he will have a lot of other weaker aces. Ace-X is calling him. He'll have some pocket pairs as well that call him. 9s, 10s, jacks will also definitely call him there. Snap call him. But he wants a call from ace-queen, ace-jack in that spot.
Or anything. He doesn't mind a call from anything. Any pocket pair, unless it's aces or kings. And any lower ace-X.
I believe Kanishka hasn't fully gone all in. He's kept 70,000 chips behind, and he's only committed 225. The reason why a lot of players tend to do this, especially on a final table, is that if there is action after them, because he is early-ish in terms of position, and the pre-flop aggressor is also early. So if he finds somebody go all in and a call, he may get away. But I still don't think Ace King is a hand that he would want to get away with.
I mean, Prajit, honestly, to be honest with you and respecting Kanishka, I do not understand leaving chips behind on the final table, especially like 2 big blinds. Like, yeah, you can put half your stack in and then fold, but you can't put in like 80% of your stack
You're
in
most
and
likely
then
not
fold.
folding.
So
Takes it down there.
a strange bet by the pro there. but he must have his reasons.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, there's a reason why he's sitting on the final table. And with that, Kanishka had lost a few chips to Ashish, but he gets them back, and he's chipped up to 400,000. We're still at 8 players, which is beautiful. Mahesh, under the gun with a suited ace. 1.7 million chips to play with. Thinking whether he wants to open this hand or not.
Easy open for Mahesh. Our chip leader maybe is equal to the other guy.
Yeah, I mean, I believe Harsh is a chip leader at this point in time with 1.8 million, and Mahesh is second in chips. Letting that hand go there from under the gun band.
Surprising for me to see folding A7. I mean, it's a good fold because Harsh is waking up with the ace jack off.
Jack and,
but hey, we can't be result oriented.
Absolutely. He opens to 55,000 there, and Kanishka with an ace 5 of hearts. 16 big blinds, a little more than 16 big blinds there.
And Harsh has his image of being aggressive on the table, so he will get a lot of action from the other players.
Yeah.
That's what Kanishka is thinking. Should I 3-bet him?
Yeah, and if I do 3-bet him, what kind of sizing should I be choosing? Is flatting a good option here, because there's a big possibility we sometimes get squeezed that spot. He is contemplating all of his decisions there and currently taking account of his overall chips.
I don't think he has the stack size to 3-bet here for any size other than all-in.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an all-in or fold.
Yeah.
I would be really surprised if Kanishka decides to call here or do like a small 3-bet. He can do that, but I don't know it's going to be effective or not. I tell you, Prajit, this ace 5 of hearts or ace 5 suited is like aces for any pro out there.
He lets it go.
Yeah.
Wow. Gave it a long thought and made the right decision, because he would have been behind if he had been called there.
It would be tough for Harsh to call there because
Absolutely.
Kanishka now has a stack that he can actually shove.
Another ace 5 suited there. This time around on the button with 400,000 chips.
Well, all the actions are available on the table. He can call, he can fold, he can 3-bet. Knowing Arjun Veer, I think he's gonna jam here.
I mean, he is contemplating. Nobody wants to be the first one out on a final table, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Listen, the pros also feel the pressure sometimes, and he lets his ace 5 suited go.
I'm so happy to see that 4. He's my pick, he's my man. Alrighty. Samir decides to call with 7-8 off and the big blind.
Wants to see the flop, and a beautiful board for 7-8 there.
Yeah.
He's got an open-ended straight draw. A jack is basically going to give Hush the top pair, but make the straight for Sameer, and that's an action card which I don't mind seeing, because listen, we're here to call action for you guys, and we want to make sure that you guys get entertained. 2 clubs on the board, nobody has a club there.
Trust me, Harsh doesn't want to hit the jack here. A good check by Harsh there, because he knows that this board is... Oh, I'm going to stop there.
There is a jack, and we called for it, guys. There is a jack on the board, and now the only thing that may kind of worry them a little bit is that it's the jack of clubs. But at this point in time, that still doesn't stop Sameer from trying to go for value, absolutely, because he has the straight, which is 7, 8, 9, 10 jack, and Harsh just made a top pair, so he's bet 60,000 into 150,000 there. About 40%.
Standard sizing there by turn when he wants to probe on the turn. And to be honest...
About an ace on the river.
I think Harsh would get away with it no matter what comes on the river, because there are
Three
like...
clubs, action killer. Absolutely an action killer, because it's now not that easy for Sameer to also try and go for value with his straight there on a 4-card club board. It becomes very, very difficult, because he just did get called on the turn by Harsh, right? And Harsh could easily have a club in his hand. It goes check, check real quick, and Sameer...
Harsh is going to be very happy to see that card, because he was in a really bad shape on the turn, hitting his top, and almost like dead on the turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, definitely dead on the turn there. Even a jack would have basically improved him to trips, and then...
A lucky run out for him.
Yeah. I mean, unlucky initially, but then lucky run out because the 3 of clubs paired the board. Also, 4th club was put on the river. It becomes very difficult for even Sameer to go for value there. And
Sameer's been really active on his Instagram, telling his friends to watch him on the live stream. So yeah, people who are like rooting for Sameer can write on the chat.
Absolutely.
Fold.
Listen, he's been showing some class here. He's been having deep runs after deep runs, and this is yet another one on the final table in front of the stream.
I think I watched his last 3 tournaments that he's played. He's shipped one. He's made an FT on the second one, and he's on the FT on the third one. So he knows what he's doing. He might tell
Absolutely.
you that he doesn't know how to play like
Yeah.
me. He bluffed me, guys. Like, trust me. But yeah, he knows what he's doing.
There we have it. By the way, the blinds have been raised to 15,000, 30,000 with 30,000 big blind ante, and you can see 75,000 already accumulated in the pot in the middle.
Oh,
That's what they're
wow.
fighting for. Mahesh on the big blind getting no action with his ace king, giving us
Blinds off. 15, 30K. So 30,000. Small, big.
Are you gonna try to play any of the events, Prajat, live here in the IPC?
I mean, if I get the time to, of course, I'd like to play the events. I'm also, by the way, I'm not sure how many of you are aware, I'm also defending the IPC Headhunter Bounty Tournament. The last time IPC happened in 2020, I managed to ship that tournament. So I think I'd love to at least play that one to defend my title.
If you wanna cover for me on the main event, and then I'll cover for you in the bounty, I think we have a deal.
Sure, why not? There we see a raise.
Fold.
I believe Ashish has put in that raise. We'll have to quickly check.
I'll wait for the graphics to show up before I make any comment.
Fold.
IPC has been always been a benchmark, like Spartan Poker has been a benchmark for all the live events as well as offline events, and then they have literally blown away everyone's mind.
Mahesh on the small blind with his ace-8 off.
Player all in.
Decides to go all in.
Putting a lot of pressure on Kumar Vatsal there.
A quick fold there.
Can you see
he
Kumar's
just has
hand?
chunk.
Oh no, I think that's been called.
Oh wow, King Queen.
That has
off.
been called. It's ace-8 versus King Queen. Listen, you can't really blame Kumar Vatsal there with his King Queen.
I'm not really sure if it's Kumar's King Queen off there. Actually, I'm not sure.
It's
because-
Ashish who had gone all in.
Yeah.
And Mahesh had made the call with his ace-8 from the small blind, and at that point in time, he's ahead. And there's an open and a
Ashish
straight draw as well.
on the river.
A king or a
queen
queen
jack,
only for Ashish.
and a jack.
Yep, and a jack. And listen, ace-8 holds, the better hand wins, Mahesh chips up, and listen, we have to say bye to Rocky, aka Ashish Ahuja. He came in as the short stack,
Yep.
doubled up through Kanishka with his ace-8 suited, but this time around King Queen, he jammed, he got a call from ace-8, a very right call there in that situation. We have lost him in 8th position, and with that, he has secured a prize pool of 1.63 lakh for him. A deep run, a brilliant run. Listen, he can't be disappointed with himself. Brilliant player. I'm sure you're going to see him in the high roller. Jump straight into it.
Rocky knows what he's doing, so GG to
I
him.
have what you're having.
Small, big.
Now we're down to 7 players.
30,000 to go.
Kanishka under the gun, folding his 10 deuce. Arjun Veer with the 9 deuce off. Obviously going to let this hand fly and go.
Fold.
There you can see Ashish in the background with the tournament director. Samay on the hijack with Jack 10 off. Beautiful hand.
I don't think he really can. He should really open his hand because
Let's go.
of the chip leader sitting behind him.
Yeah. Listen to you. Sameer.
I picked him for a reason.
Sameer on the cutoff with an ace in his hand. Let it go.
See, there's a lot of things that involve when you're considering to open a hand from a different position. You got to see who's behind you, and on the final table, when it comes to money, the chip leaders are like the villains of the table. So you got to be really, really careful when you're deciding to actually open a hand versus them.
And especially when the chip leader is sitting on the big blind. You don't want that.
They can literally go out of the line like so much.
And Harsh is on the big blind in this situation. Kumar on the small blind with a queen deuce in his hand, contemplating whether he wants to flat fold or just jam.
Deuce is going to be a really bad hand for him.
He has gone all in. He has gone all in. Now the question is, what does Harsh wake up with, and whether he's going to make a call or not. He actually has a absolute trash hand there, and it's lucky for Kumar that he did not wake up with anything. But Kumar chips up, picks up another 60,000 chips. And there we have it. 7th position will now get paid 1,92,000, and then the 6th for 2,25,000, 2,72,000, 3,52,000. And then the big pay jump start from there, 579, 935, and 13,31,200 up top for the first place. That's exactly what they're all playing for. Now everyone's guaranteed 1,92,000 rupees. They must be feeling really, really happy. But down to 7 players, guys. This is the final table of the 25,000 buy-in kick-off event here at India Poker Championship Megastacks in Nepal.
And everyone got just got like 30k richer by Rocky getting bust out on 8th.
Absolutely.
Hot again, no? There's no AC or thing. Now you know what samosas feel like.
Raise 60,000. 4.
There we have it, a raise to 2 big blinds by Arjun Veer, 60,000. He had about 13 big blinds to
15,
start
I think.
with.
Yeah, like 13 to 15. I'm not really sure.
Yeah,
It's a good
he
open.
started with 400,000 big blinds at 30,000, so he has about 13 big blinds there. He opened to 2 big blinds from under the gun. Mahesh on the cutoff with a beautiful hand. Listen, we just saw him take a call against the king queen that Ashish had. That was an all-in call, by the way, with his ace-8 off, ace-5 suited. I'm sure he understands the strength of this hand. I'd love to see what he does.
The problem with that is Arjun Veer is opening with 13 big blinds, so he's going to have a lot of strong aces. So he's going to be, like, he literally can't bluff Arjun. Yes, he can go all in, but, I mean, most of the times Arjun's going to have it.
Yeah.
But, hey, do not listen to me.
Yeah,
he decides to 3-bet.
He does make a 3-bet there. He's gone 2.5x of the overall open that Arjun had. He's gone to about 1,55,000 chips there. This is going to assure a couple of things. He's basically said that, listen, I have a very strong hand. Whoever plays behind him, the dealer and the small blind and the big blind, would find it very, very difficult to be playing their hands. And a lot of stronger hands would also fall in this situation. But the question that we have here is that what does Arjun Veer do with his king-queen off after opening it with 13 bigs? You obviously have a lot of pros, obviously have a lot of open folds with your 13 big blind stack as well. They don't really feel committed कि मेरे पास 13 big blind है भाई अब तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा. They have to actually open and fold a lot of hands as well.
But that's the thing. Does Mahesh know that Arjun Veer has those open folds? That is a very key element in this 3-bet. And Harsh is deciding if he can actually 4-bet. But the problem with that is Arjun Veer has opened it. He's got like 13 bigs. So if he decides to go for 4-bet, he's committed for Arjun Veer.
100%. 100%. He's definitely going to have to call when Arjun Veer decides to go in. And that is if Arjun Veer decides to go in. Because listen, even with King Queen off, Arjun Veer, if he gets 3-bet and then there's a cold 4-bet, he's going to have to let his King Queen off go definitely.
I mean, he would have to let go his 10s if he has that in that position.
And there we see Harsh folding his ace-5 suited. Kanishka has a 10 deuce off. We're back to Arjun Veer. Look at that view, split screen view. We can see 3 players at one go. Kanishka just folded his hand. It's between Mahesh, who's the 3-better to 155, and Arjun, who's already put in 60,000 chips and has to put in 95,000 more.
Beautiful graphics by the production team there, splitting the screens, making sure that we get to see everything from every different angle.
Mahesh getting this one right. He understood that Arjun does have open folds, even with that stack depth from that particular position on the table. Putting in a 3-bet, getting in a fold, beautiful.
I mean, he's like a chip leader for a reason, right? Yeah. Putting pressure on the small stacks, not letting anyone steal the blinds.
Better.
Kanishka trying to get some information from Harsh. This is what pros do. They get every single information from the table, from the players.
Samay there under the gun with the 900,000 chip stack, with its 5 2s, letting it go, not wasting any time there. I don't see much tanking happening on this table, which is actually very, very good for viewership.
Yeah.
For us as commentators as well. But obviously, listen, I'm not against tanking. They are playing for big money, and they deserve all the time that they require to make a decision. These decisions go a very, very long way. And listen, it's a part of the game. It's your right to think, right? But at this point in time, we can see a lot of spontaneous decisions being taken, which is excellent for commentating and viewership as well. I'm enjoying it.
The key element is that they're not wasting time. Like when they have a decision, they are taking time. Like we saw Harsh taking some time deciding what to do with the ace-5 suited, even after when he was facing a 3-bet. So they're not wasting time. They're thinking, but they're not wasting time, which is a good thing to say for everyone. You, me, viewership, and the players.
Absolutely. Sameer there from +1, opening it up with ace-7 of diamonds. And Kanishka again waking up with ace-king. He passed a smile. Listen, Kanishka there looking at his opponent Sameer and passed a smile from the small blind again. Last time we saw him commit a big chunk of his chips, and he kept about some 70,000 chips behind. This time around, he decides against it. He has gone all in.
I mean, what do you do here,
6 big
Prajit?
blinds.
The guy
Yes.
smiles, looks at you, gives a smile,
Yeah.
and goes, "I'm all in."
Yeah, I'm folding. let's be clear. I'm definitely folding there, and you can see Sameer smiling as well. See, Kanishka definitely would love a call here. He would love a call.
Sameer's like, whenever I open, I either get 3-bet. When I get called, I lose the pot. When I open, somebody jams on me.
Absolutely.
What should I do?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Kanishka with that cheeky smile, he still has it on his face.
It's gonna-
Obviously, he'd love to see a call from ace-7 there. He'd be thrilled to see a call from ace-7 there. Sameer obviously giving it a thought. He's trying to understand what is Kanishka's range going to look like. Does he have pocket pairs? Does he have better ace-x's? Does he have to a hand like king-queen? Is Kanishka ever going to do this with pocket 5s, pocket 6s? He's contemplating all of that to understand what his overall range looks like. And
I think you want to go.
Kanishka with this.
The thing is, see,
Word
Kanishka
play.
probably does that with King Queen suited, King Jack suited, King 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, Jack 9 suited. These are hands that Kanishka can actually do this because he cannot flat in small blind. So he either has all-ins or like fold. So. We see Sameer a bit frustrated, asking the tournament director if he can have a newer deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe he has seen that some cards are marked. Maybe this is this is a tendency that some players have. Like when they start losing, they blame the dealer, they blame the cards, they blame whatever they can. I mean, there could actually be a genuine problem with that.
Of course. Let's try and. Okay, so I believe. So let me explain exactly what's happening here. So basically, what happens on an RFID table is that there are chips inside the cards, right? Which the RFID table reads, and one of the cards is not being read, right?
We see Raj. I believe he's Raj. He's
Talwar.
like a previous. He has shipped either a main event or the High
2019
Roller.
main event winner, I believe.
He's always playing in Goa. All the cash games. Really happy guy, I would say.
Yeah, I believe this is the high roller happening.
And I've heard that the starting stack for this tournament is 200,000 chips.
Absolutely, it's a very, very deep structured tournament. It's 100,000 buy-in with 200,000 chips. And
I would love to play this tournament. I love to play high rollers because you play with the best, and I love the challenge.
Yeah, coming back to the issue there, I believe a card wasn't being captured by the RFID sensors, and Sameer basically suggesting that we may want to require, we may require a different deck there.
Okay. At least don't come to remind in the middle.
Hershey's saying if you got A7 suited, just fold.
Then it's fine. What I'm saying is, but I think that's all. No, Dexter, it's fine.
So Sameer basically saying that, so there's a tracker, her name's Chelsea, And Chelsea basically obviously has to ask of what Sameer's cards are if the RFID tracker does not get his cards, because it's important for us to also know. And it's the tracker's duty
Yep.
to actually come and ask for those cards.
Yeah.
And that's when they're displayed in the graphics here. So hopefully this problem's been solved and we can move on with the play.
I mean, the thing is, he does have a genuine point there.
Absolutely.
Because he literally doesn't want to give anyone anything away. You know?
Absolutely. And look at him. He's happy and he's smiling now. All sorted, I believe.
Yeah.
झूठ कैसे बोल सकते हो? Of course. Can't lie, right?
I would lie there every day, knowing that they're gonna watch it on the live stream. I would lie every single hand, just to keep them guessing. Because they're saying that they're gonna go home, watch the live stream, but I'm not sure if everyone goes home and watches the live stream if they're on the final table.
इसे बोला था क्या बात कर रहा है यार?
Harsh there on the cutoff.
Raise 60,000.
Raises to 60,000 with his pocket sevens.
But I don't see a problem with 7 of diamonds.
Yeah. Arjun Veer on the small blind. My God. That's a pretty decent hand. Listen, he doesn't have.
I think Arjun's gonna
chips left.
I think Arjun's gonna shove this hand because Harsh opening from cutoff, being the chip leader, he's gonna be opening around somewhere around 45%, 40%, and King Queen is like a premium hand versus a 45% range.
And he is definitely going to get called there by Harsh as well.
I mean, yes.
I don't see Harsh folding.
Yeah,
for
I don't think
another
Harsh
four big
folding.
blinds
Yeah,
there.
because
chance.
Arjun's gonna shove every single pocket there.
Absolutely.
And
also two over cards.
and
And
two over
sevens is pretty.
They're all in.
It's a very quick, happy call
Yeah.
from Harsh there. And there we have it. We predicted it for you guys. King Queen off with Arjun Veer going all in for 280,000. That's under 5 big blinds there. Don't blame him. That's a beautiful hand. And 220 more to call for Harsh.
Well, it's your pick versus my pick.
Absolutely. I mean,
My pick needs some
and
chips.
there is a call that it's sevens versus King Queen. And there we have it. It's a pot worth 620,000 chips there.
Yeah.
And this is also worth 192,000 chips, because if if Arjun Veer is busted in this particular hand, we will be down to 6 players and he will take 7th position. All right.
Wow,
A bunch of outs there for Arjun Veer. A pretty decent flop.
9 outs twice.
And a jack.
And
Yes,
the
he
nuts.
gets there. He gets
My
there
man is back.
on the turn. Listen, we have a lot of action happening here, and with that, Arjun Veer has doubled up to 620,000 chips, and Harsh taking a pretty decent dump.
280.
It
You
feels
know,
good,
hit.
Prajit. It feels good.
Yeah, of course it does. I mean, I really don't see a reason for it not to feel good for you, because you would have lost your pick there. And in this particular situation,
Not just lost my pick. Your guy would have doubled.
Absolutely.
Not double. Like he would have got chips. My guy's out. I mean, come on. But it just feels good to be like to get a double up on the final table when you're short stack, fighting for every single chips, putting in every single chips on your big blind. Big blind ante plays a very big part. He was already, I think, a small blind, no big blind, so he was already invested so much that he wanted to have some chips back, have
Absolutely.
some playability. Now he has got 20 bigs, and he's back.
it was one of those hands where, listen, the hand kind of plays itself. Sevens
Yeah.
open up from late position always. King Queen with a 6-4-5 big blinds stack always have to jam there.
Yeah.
Sevens will call off. And it's a flip. It's 50-50, very, very close. The board had a gut shot for the King Queen, but the King and Queen were also live. Hit the jack, made the nuts,
Yeah.
took it down. Arjun Veer, that's how it's done. Representing Chandigarh.
Representing Poker Guru as well.
Absolutely.
A very chilled personality. I've spoken to Arjun quite a bit of times when I was in Poker Guru, and he's a very sweet guy, always there to help you. Has a very relaxed outlook to life, actually.
Yeah. And that's also something that reflects in his poker game
Yeah.
as well. And it helps. You need to be you need to be relaxed when you're playing poker. You know what I mean? It's a stressful game.
Yeah.
And I think relaxation is all right. Small blind, Samay against Sameer on the big blind. Samay with his 830,000 chip stack has
Around 28
ace
bigs.
10 of clubs, a beautiful hand. Sameer looking at him, staring him down.
Samay opening the hand with ace 10 suited in the small blind, ace 10 of clubs, a premium hand in small blind for 28 bigs.
Absolutely.
Let's see if Samir wakes up with ace 7 suited or not.
Oh, that'll be sick. Because if he does, We're going to see some fireworks, hopefully. At this point in time, he chose a 4x open sizing to 120,000 there. Sameer, we still have a problem with the sensor, in my opinion, because we really can't see his cards at this point in time. I hope Chelsea doesn't walk up to him.
I think it is a 7 or Surya there, Prajit.
Could be, but it's all in good humor. Listen, Sameer is a good friend, and it's all in good humor. He's got all the right there to not give out any information to any of his opponents, especially knowing that there's so many sharks on the table. He's contemplating. What is that?
Raise.
He re-raises it. He re-raises this particular hand. Now this is blind on blind action. Blind on blind between the small blind and the big blind. Ace 10 raises it to 1,20,000. Sameer has declared a raise. We still want to see exactly what sizing he's chosen there.
Now, I think Samay has to decide what to do here, because the problem is he's
That
not the
is-
shortest stack. Arjun has doubled up as well, so he needs to decide. He needs to evaluate what the stack, what are the stacks looking on the table,
And
and
that
make a
is
call here.
very sizable 3-bet to 400,000. That's a listen. Here's what happens when you choose a larger sizing.
Yeah,
You actually, as Samay, have to under-defend there in that situation, right? You're going to have to fold a lot of your strong hands there. Ace 10 suited in this particular situation, especially when you have raised against blind versus blind and your opponent has gone upwards of 3 times of your raise already. And listen, calling here makes no sense because he's going to have to call at least 280 more from his 725. So I mean,
I don't think he can ever call here, because he either has to go all in or
all in or
like
fold. And in this situation, considering shorter stacks on the table and the ICM in perspective, he has to most likely lay down his ace 10 of clubs. Listen, I really don't want to call the shots on his behalf. It's going to be completely his choice in terms of what he
Yeah.
decides to do. But brilliant play there by Sameer. I still would love to know what his hand was.
I just think it all depends on the other stack sizes than the actual stack sizes that Samay has, because if there are 2 or 3 shorter stacks, he cannot make this call. But if there's only one shorter stack, he can actually make this call. But the main thing is, I think Sameer has picked up this size because he doesn't want to see Samay flat. He wants to put maximum pressure on Samay, make him choose. Either he wants to go all in or fold. And
They're all in.
It's gone
I
all
think
in, and a
it's
snap
flat.
call there. It's a sick hand, and I'm pretty sure Samir is going to come wake up with some.
Ace king.
He has ace king, and he has Samay absolutely dominated. Now in this situation, listen, if I was in his shoes, I would obviously want to fold there because I know that my opponent does he have. How many bluffs does Samir have there in that situation? It's the question that I'm asking myself. Does he ever bluff me with that sizing? Does he ever commit those many chips? And there is a king on that flop. It's a king deuce 8 board 9.
We haven't seen a turn yet, but I think.
It's
Wait,
a-
there we go. We haven't seen a king on the flop.
A king on the turn, the king of clubs. I believe that the reader has read the king
Yeah.
of hearts that Sameer actually had in his hand,
Yeah.
and Sameer with that has chipped up big time.
And there goes
Big
my
time.
pick also. And there also goes my pick.
Mike? Yeah, they think it's covering the area. They've just got 2.
6,
Wow.
850.
An action hand,
Yeah.
blind versus blind, both hands extremely strong. Ace 10 versus ace king. I just think Samay kind of overcommitted with his ace 10 in that situation because what kind of bluffs does
Samir has.
What kind of bluffs does Sameer have in that situation? He's 3-betting you
Yep.
to 400,000, also committing a big part of his chips. And at that point in time, how often is he going to 3-bet to 400,000 and fold to your jam? And when you do get called, how good is your ace 10 going to be against his calling range?
I think the problem that he might have played in his head that Sameer does have some pockets, and versus those pockets, he has got ace 10.
50%?
Yeah, maybe 9s, 8s.
Do you really want to take a flip in that situation, knowing that there
But
is
then-
Arjun Veer, Kanishka, and Kumar Vatsal with very, very shorter stacks?
I mean-
he started this hand with 850,000 chips, more than that. You know, it was a very, very deep, effective stack hand in that situation. And
The main problem in that decision is what I feel is he hasn't seen Kumar Vatsal's stack. He's very short stack. So
Yeah.
when somebody is that short, you cannot make those light calls. So what
Absolutely.
happens on the final table is there's a thing called risk premium.
Yep.
So when you're not the shortest stack,
You have no risk premium.
Even if it doesn't matter if you are
Yeah.
if you are or not the shortest stack, you have some sort of risk premium on final tables that you need to evaluate when there are shorter stacks on the table. I mean, Watsal, I'm pretty sure that he has got like 10, 11 bigs, and you have 28 bigs.
Yeah.
For your, and on the final table, every chip has more
Monetary value attached
Has
to
more
it.
value to it. So that is something I do not like. When you raise and Sameer goes, like Sameer is saying, I'm putting you all in.
Yeah.
You do whatever.
It's virtually. I'm putting 400,000 chips in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There are very few hands that I'm going to do that with.
Yeah.
As bluffs, firstly, and secondly, fold too as well when I do that against you, right? Blind versus blind. I wouldn't really call it a setup hand. It's one of those situations which, in my mind, I believe Samay slightly overplayed in that situation, could have really gotten away. But having said that, no worries, brother. He has taken up 7th position, and we're down to 6 players. We lost Samay in 7th position for 1 lakh.
For 2.25 lakhs. Or 1.92.
1 lakh 92,000, and now each and every player is assured 2,25,000 chips. That's the good news for everybody. Arjunveer again with King Queen. Harsh opening up with his Ace Jack from under the gun +1. Arjunveer on the cutoff with King Queen off. What's he going to do? Wow, what a big hand there for Sameer. What a big hand. Picking up a lot of chips from Samay there. I believe he has now become the chip leader.
It's going to be easy for Harsh to call here if Arjunveer decides to jam, because Arjun is going to be jamming 20 bigs and Harsh only has 40 bigs.
Yeah.
So as I said, there is some risk premium involved and you can't making those calls.
Makes the raise. Instead of jamming, he decides to just go for a pure 3-bet. The question is what he's decided with 1,65,000 chips going slightly under 3x there. He has position, and he's basically banking on the fact that, listen, Harsh is going to be opening really, really wide with this stack. And Arjunveer knows King Queen is a very playable hand there, and sometimes he's also going to get folds pre-flop from Harsh's open. In this situation, that may not be the case because Ace Jack is a very strong hand. And
I mean,
Harsh,
it loses its strength when a 20 big blind 3-bets, but I'm pretty sure the players do not know that yet, that Arjunveer is picking slight weaker hands to put in his 3-bets. I just, to be honest with you, Prajit, I just want to see Ace Jack off call here. Because if he actually 4-bets, what happens is all the worse hands folds and all the better hands call.
definitely.
But we know Harsh is a super aggressive player on the table. He's just not a newbie on the table that wouldn't know what to do here and what Arjun range is looking like. There we go.
He lets it go. This time around, he understands that the strength of a 3-bet coming from a 20 big blind stack, and he decides to let his Ace Jack off go. Not even one to flat there, being out of position and playing out of position against a very credible player in Arjunveer Singh.
Yeah.
There you go. There you have it, guys. We're still on the final table with 6-handed now of the kick-off event, 25,000 rupee buy-in at the India Poker Championship Megastacks in the Casino Vegas by Big Daddy in Nepal. This is live stream. It's me, Prajit Gambhir, with Akshay Kapoor here as your commentators. We're having a blast. I hope you guys are too. Harsh on the under the gun position with 7 deuce off, letting it go, guys.
Raj, do you have any goofy stories for the final table? Like you won a bounty event for IPC, I believe. So do you have any funny or any weird stories that you want to share with everyone?
I mean, I could, without taking names.
We love names.
There was a rule on the final table that I had in 2020 where it was said that whoever gets a double up has to take a tequila shot. I'm not sure if that's something that we can talk on stream, but I got a triple up, so I really can't say what I did there, but I obviously put my foot down and I said, listen, I'm here to play. I'm not going to be taking any intoxication inside my system at this point in time, which I believe helped me, but I did take a few of those shots later
after winning
when I won the tournament. But listen, it's always been fun, and when you reach the final table and you're playing from the final 3 to final 2 on the final table, you always have played enough poker with all of them on that table, right? And you have a dynamic and a camaraderie going, and at that point in time, you're obviously super focused, but you also obviously have big reads on your opponents as well, and it usually comes down to who's a lot more attentive, because what basically happens is when you're playing for 12 hours or 14 hours at a stretch, your body starts to kind of deteriorate. You're mentally fatigued, right? But that's also the 14th and the 11th and the 14th and the 15th hour is when you actually have to take the most critical decisions, because they are for the max amount of money as well, right? So in my opinion, having tequila at that point in time would have made no sense. So I opted out.
I'm just really curious who introduced that rule or like a suggestion maybe.
A good man. He may be around here, and I would love to introduce that man to you.
Alrighty.
I'm not sure if he'd love for me to take his name on stream, so I'm gonna
Damn it. I tried, guys.
refrain myself. Absolutely, and we have Mahesh with his Jack 9 off on the dealer button with 2 million chips now.
Raise 65.
65,000, 15,000, 30,000 with a 30,000 big blind ante.
65
Kumar
raise,
Vatsal
they're
going
all in.
all in.
And there was a raise from the dealer button by Mahesh, and then there we have Kumar Vatsal not taking it even for 1 second, going all in with his hand, and there he has picked up pocket fives on the small blind. Listen, he doesn't really love his hand, but fives against the chip leader opening from the button from the small blind seems like a reasonable jam, and a quick fold by Mahesh there, and with that Kumar has chipped up to 4,10,000. I believe we are going to go in for a break here. Just to give you a recap, guys, we started with 8 players. This is a 25,000 rupee buy-in final table of the kickoff event here at India Poker Championship Megastacks, and we started with 8 players. We lost Ashish Ahuja. He came in as a short stack, and he went away as a short stack in 8th position, banking and taking back home 1,63,000. And in 7th position, we just lost Samay. Really, not too long ago for 1,92,000. He had that cooler sort of a situation, blind versus blind, ace 10 off against the ace king of Sameer, giving all his chips to Sameer and moving out in 7th position. We're down to 6 players. We are going to see you on the other side of this break where the action continues.
This game may be habit forming or financially risky. Play responsibly.
Hi guys. Well, it's been 2 years since we met. Miss to kiya hi hoga. Well, we also missed you guys. But guess what? Now we are back. Well, in the lap of Himalayas at the beautiful district Jhapa, the gorgeous Nepal. It's India Poker Championship Megastacks 2022. So here we are at the Casino Vegas of Big Daddy, where all the action is going to take place. Also, don't forget to join me at the pool party on 19th of May, which is Thursday. Spartan Poker and IPC are waiting for you. What are you guys waiting for? Well, come and get in the game. India Poker Championship Megastacks 2022 is here. We have an exciting lineup of live events spread over 7 days, offering guaranteed colossal prize pool worth 3.5 crores with 4 top-notch events, along with some satellite packages, free rolls worth rupees 70 lakhs. Let the battle begin. Get in the game.
This game may be habit forming or financially risky. Play responsibly.
Hi guys. Well, it's been 2 years since we met. Miss to kiya hi hoga. Well, we also missed you guys. But guess what? Now we are back. Well, in the lap of Himalayas at the beautiful district Jhapa, the gorgeous Nepal. It's India Poker Championship Megastacks 2022. So here we are at the Casino Vegas of Big Daddy, where all the action is going to take place. Also, don't forget to join me at the pool party on 19th of May, which is Thursday. Spartan Poker and IPC are waiting for you. What are you guys waiting for? Well, come and get in the game. India Poker Championship Megastacks 2022 is here. We have an exciting lineup of live events spread over 7 days, offering guaranteed colossal prize pool worth 3.5 crores with 4 top-notch events, along with some satellite packages, free rolls worth rupees 70 lakhs. Let the battle begin. Get in the game.
break. Thanks for sticking around. You are watching the final table of the 25,000 kickoff event here at India Poker Championship Megastacks. We started with 8 players and now we're down to 6. We've lost 2 players. What do you have to say about that, brother?
I mean, some interesting play by the players. We've seen Ace-10 overplay in the small blind. We've seen Ace-Jack being folded off by facing a 3-bet. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun table. Fireworks gonna happen very soon. We're down to 6 people. We're down to 6 people, and yeah, like people.
Just for everyone to know, the total entries in this particular tournament here in Nepal were 226, making the overall prize pool of 56.5 lakh. Let's continue the action with the final 6.
Players are back from the break.
Absolutely. Sameer there with his 6-5 off under the gun. Looks down, lets it go straight into the muck.
Watching this lineup, Prajit, I didn't expect Sameer to be that aggressive. He's been opening quite a bit from early positions. So,
Absolutely.
I mean, he's getting the cards, but when I saw the lineup, I was not expecting Sameer to open that much. But yeah, I'm really excited that he actually has opened up his ranges. He's here to play. He's here to win.
Yeah. And Sameer, we have some information on him. He's 38 years old and he's now playing poker professionally. He travels around the country just to play poker and he's been playing since 2020. So he's pretty new. And with that, he's made some very, very deep runs and yet another final table. Listen, he must be learning a bunch and doing a bunch here. Mahesh this time around opens to Ace-Jack. Opens with his Ace-Jack to 85,000 and Kumar with going a little out of line with his
100%. Well, he's expecting Mahesh to open quite a bit. I think that is why he's making that move. King 5 suited is a really good shove here if the chip leader opens to you. King 5 off, I'm not really sure.
Yeah. And Arjun Veer waking up with pocket 7s on the big blind as well. He doesn't really have too many chips to play with. But listen, he already has an open and an all-in in front of him and he has to make a decision whether his 7s are going to play well. Because he's also thinking, listen, Mahesh is the chip leader. He's going to have a very wide range of opening, especially when he's opening from hijack. And then Kumar, I mean, if he knew that Kumar has jammed with King 5 off, he'd definitely want to go ahead with his 7s, maybe and apply pressure on Mahesh there. But a very tricky spot there.
What Arjun Veer might be considering here is, see, Mahesh is going to be opening a certain part of the range, like he's opening, let's say, 40%. And then if Kumar picks on that, he's going to be shoving 20%.
Yeah.
My hand beats that 20%.
Absolutely.
Should I call? Should I fold? What should I do?
Yeah, and he lets go of his pocket 7s, and Mahesh, in my opinion, he's literally at the top of his opening range, especially when he opens from hijack. Ace-Jack is just right up there. I see no other decision being taken there by Mahesh instead of just calling there.
I think Kumar Vatsal has lost a bit of patience here, or maybe he's got a read. He's got that read that, Mahesh is not going to call his jams lightly.
I mean, but even I'm a little surprised with this overall play. Listen, when you're opening Ace-Jack, knowing the fact that there is a short stack on your left-hand side, and he has a possibility of jamming against your open, you tend to want to call with the stronger part of your range. And Ace-Jack is definitely going to be a very, very strong part of his range, especially when he's opening from hijack. They're letting it go. Maybe he has a read on Kumar, which is incorrect. You know what I mean? Because Kumar actually, when he sees this on the stream, he'd be surprised to see that Kumar jam King 5 off there, because I myself was surprised too. And I'm really surprised with that fold also from Mahesh there with his Ace-Jack. I'm really surprised.
Well, he had to call 8 big blinds to win around 22 to 24 big blinds. So Ace-Jack would make that cut, especially when he's going to be opening that
he's getting
wide.
3:1 there, which basically means he requires only 25% equity there in that spot. And with the Ace-Jack, he's definitely having a lot more than 25% there. I mean, a little surprising play in my opinion. But listen, having said that, they're there and we're here. And we're here to obviously talk about what they're doing. Here we have Harsh on the cutoff with Ace-9 off.
There are two kind of players on the final table. One which like to take risk, one which likes to keep his stack size, preserve their chip stack, and then put the pressure on the other players. So I think Mahesh is like the one who wants to preserve his chip stack. Harsh opening Ace-9 off from cutoff, and Arjun has a decision from small blind. I believe he can either jam this hand or actually fold. He's got around 15 bigs.
Yeah,
around
but
15,
very
16
playable
bigs.
hand there. Queen 10, 2 Broadway cards,
Yeah.
and that too suited. I mean, he does have 15, 16 bigs.
Yeah.
He's got most of his options open there.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen him 3-bet with a 20 big blind stack.
Yeah.
He decides to let go of it this time around, cut off open from the big blind, from the chip leader.
Yeah.
No, Harsh is no longer the chip leader, by the way.
The problem on the
believe
final
Sameer
table
is.
is that when you're in the small blind, you don't want to play out of position versus a stack that covers you because they are able to put a lot of pressure on you,
Yeah.
and you actually cannot take the heat, especially because the money that is involved is quite significant.
On the big blind, Sameer against Harsh is open. 8-5 suited. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Yeah, he easy flat.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, he can actually 3-bet because he's got the chips. He covers Harsh.
Absolutely.
So
And
this
he
hand,
can go out of line with his hands.
I mean, this hand 8-5 suited actually mixes up for 3-bet from the big blind, especially with the guy who's opening from the late position. 8-5 suited actually mixes like around 30-40% in frequency.
Does hit his 8 there, making a middle pair, but Harsh basically has the backdoor diamond draw with the ace of diamonds in his
Yeah.
hand, and he also has an overcard to the board in the form of an ace. And then we have Sameer. You can see in terms of equity, now has 70% chance he's outdrawn.
Yeah.
Harsh on the flop.
But Harsh is playing in position, so equity realization that Harsh is going to have is going to
A
be
lot
significant compared to Sameer.
Absolutely, but Sameer, I don't think when he decides to defend 8-5 there and
Yeah.
actually clips his 8, is not going to go anywhere against that 80,000 chip bet. Casually, nonchalantly, look at that man with his eye gear. I mean, I've actually commented in the past on him, and he's got some really, really cool eyewear for most of his streams and feature tables, and now he's made a 2-pair.
Yeah.
And
Check.
Quickly checks.
The last time I met Sameer, he told me that he was a managing consultant. Now he tells me he's a poker player.
absolutely, and doing really well, doing really well for himself.
This guy knows how to bluff.
Absolutely.
But right now he doesn't have to bluff. He's got value. He's got 2-pair, and Harsh is literally drawing dead.
Now, Harsh is obviously going to be assuming what are the kind of hands that Sameer is going to call me on the flop with. Does he have a 4 that he calls me once with? Can I get a 4 to 4? Does he have an 8? Does an 8 ever fold there? Did he have a diamond draw? Did he have open-ended straight draws or cut shots that he's going to call me a 1-bet against on the flop? And now, if I battle again on the turn, is he going to call or am I going to be able to make him fold? Because his sizing is going to be really, really critical here. There's 380,000 in the pot, right?
It really depends what he puts Sameer on. If he puts him on a draw, he's ahead of the draws.
Yeah.
So he can actually check and see and decide on the river. But if he actually puts Sameer on a pair, like a 4 and an 8, he can put a significant pressure on Sameer, making him like
Yeah.
if he bets, Sameer is gonna like be forced to fold a 4.
Yeah, but the 9 of hearts and ace of diamonds are not good cards
Yeah.
that he has in his hand
Yeah.
because he's blocking some of his straight draws like 7 9 6 9
Yeah.
and jack 9, and he also has the diamond in his hand, the ace of diamonds, which is also blocking some of the flush draws
Yeah.
that Sameer may have. So in this situation, I'm not sure if betting 270k on the turn makes complete sense here, but he's trying to target one of those smaller pairs
Yeah.
that may fold to a turn battle. But at this point in time, we know for a fact that Sameer is extremely strong there with his 2-pair with 8 and 5.
I'm not a really big fan of Harsh sizing here. He's gone for around 60%, 66%.
Yeah.
When you're playing somewhere around 30 bigs, you don't have to go 66% on the turns. You can actually go 50 and achieve the same thing. But it's a good bet because he's actually putting pressure on a pair of 4, a pair of
Absolutely.
8. Like he doesn't know that Sameer has 8-5 here. But
Absolutely, and Sameer obviously going to take his time, not going anywhere. The question is whether he knows it's a very draw-heavy board with especially 2 flush draws on the board now, and he may want to just press the paddle here and maybe raise.
what are the
And
bluffs if he decides to go all in here? What are the
There are
bluffs?
no,
that
there
Sameer-
are
no
actually.
bluffs?
I mean, there are no bluffs. I mean, he's thinking. Is Harsh representing an overpair here? Does Harsh ever have jacks or queens or kings there in this situation that I get paid off from? Does Harsh do this with ace 10?
I mean,
with the
if,
ace
he,
of
if, he,
diamonds?
if he had ace 10, he would have raised the flop.
He does raise.
And if he doesn't raise the flop, why would he raise the turn?
He does raise. And no, actually, I was just deciding what Harsh had in his range that he does this with, and now Sameer obviously trying to get paid from overcards, overpairs.
Yeah.
You know, like because he understands Harsh is a pre-flop aggressor, and he's most likely going to sometimes show you jacks, queens, kings, and he's trying to apply max pressure on those kind of hands and try and get calls. But at this point in time, he doesn't. Easy win for Sameer. Sameer chipping up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying there are not bluffs on this turn. There are actually like a 6 or a 7 will have a lot of bluffs candidate on the turn. But the main problem is that there are not many bluffs out there.
Yeah.
So when you don't have many bluffs out there, you are actually want to call. And if the draw is complete, you still have that option to call, or you don't have to close the action.
We're now going to cut to Ashish Ahuja's bust-out interview from this final.
Hi guys, so here we have Mr. Ashish Ahuja with us. प्यार से हम इन्हें Rocky बुलाते हैं. Well, like we all know कि we are back after 2 years. I really want to know your experience in Nepal, how it was.
I just loved it. It's exceptional. I didn't expect it that it's going to be so great, and it's beyond my expectation. And kudos to the entire team for hosting us such a good tournament.
Right. So we'd like to know about your burst. Could you please share your experience with that?
I was pretty short on the final table, and I went all into the final 5 big blinds and got called by ace-8, and I had king queen. He held. That's fine, standard hand. I'm happy. It's okay. I made the final table for the first event. Right. That's a good start to the series. So I would rather win this one than that one. So I'm happy with the day event.
So hard luck with this one, but we're hoping that you get the other event for sure, and good luck with that. Probably you'll need it then.
Thank you so much, Palak.
Thank you so much.
There you have it, the champ, Ashish Ahuja. And always humble.
Yeah.
And there we have Harsh with pocket jacks, raises to 80,000. Harsh has actually chipped down a bit. He lost a significant amount of chips to Sameer in that particular pot. And Sameer has been on a heater, on a roll on this particular final table, and he's been really dominating almost everybody that he gets into a pot with and making all the correct decisions there, and also hitting his cards. Heads up, jacks against king 6. Ooh, now that is a spicy board. I'd love to see a 6 of diamonds on the turn. That'll just be amazing action for everybody. But here we have Harsh with the middle set and Mahesh with the top pair on the big blind. And Mahesh has quickly checked back to Harsh, and Harsh is going to size up a small bet.
Yeah, 100% small bet.
Yeah.
The problem, the thing is, when you were talking about Harsh losing his chips, well, he's going to get some back for sure.
Absolutely.
Even if the 6 doesn't come, he's going to get at least 2 sheets of value.
No, the 6 is great for him.
I mean,
6 is brilliant for him. The 6 of diamonds is something that I was only cooking up for Harsh's favor. You know
we're
what I mean?
not picking sides here, guys.
Yeah,
We do not have favorites.
I'm on the side of entertainment. I'm on the side of coolers. I want to see action. I want to call out action as well. Easy call from Mahesh there. Quickly check calling against Harsh.
How about a king on the turn?
Oh, that'll be sick. Oh, 6 of clubs. Listen, it's not a diamond, but I am calling it. Listen, action. I think Harsh may just get a complete double up here sometimes as well. Listen, the SPR is close to about 2 here. I'd love to see. Now listen, Harsh is thinking Mahesh has called me once on the flop. I have 2 jacks in my hand. There's a jack on the board. What is he calling me with? Is he calling me with a flush draw? Is he calling me with a king? If he's calling with a king, that he'd want to size up, get more value from a king. If he's calling with draws, he may want to still keep a very nominal marginal size and try and lure the draws in right now. At this point in time, either ways, whatever he does, he is definitely going to get called. Sometimes gets raised 2 on the turn with the 2 pair.
The thing is, you want to bet somewhere around, I believe, 150 to 200 years, so that you have the stack to pot ratio to 1 on the river, which you can easily jam.
Yeah, 150 would achieve exactly that, because 150 would mean he would be left behind with 560, and the pot would become 660.
Yeah.
And
if Mahesh actually has draws, you want him to call.
Yeah.
You want him to chase his draws. If you bet too much, he's going to fold his draws, and you're going to lose a lot of value.
we see a big bet of 250,000, leaving himself behind with 460 there, and Mahesh has kings up with kings and 6s there in that spot.
Well, the one thing good about Harsh is that he's actually very balanced. When he was bluffing, he bet this size. When he's value betting, he's betting this size. So he's very balanced on his turn sizing. So he knows what to do on the turns, on different turns, especially versus big blind.
Wow, what an exciting hand.
Alrighty, we see Mahesh.
And he has gone all in. He's going to get a snap call from Harsh and going to see the bad news. It's not dead yet. He can still hit a king.
Well, 2 outs.
And
5%? 6%?
Absolutely. He's not dead. He's not drawing dead. Listen, Harsh with a complete double up. opportunity to chip up to 1.8 million. Therefore, Harsh, a 7 of spades does not help Mahesh at all. Listen, I do not blame Mahesh for this hand.
Yeah.
Sometimes poker hands just play themselves. Jacks versus King 6. Hijack versus Big Blind. The Big Blind hits the top pair. Hijack hits the middle set. Makes 2 pair. The Big Blind makes 2 pair on the turn. Decides to just put it all in and gets a snap call from Harsh. Can't do much, yeah.
Just a setup, just
Yeah.
a basic setup.
Absolutely.
I mean, if there's not a 6 on the turn, I mean, he might have got away, but I'm not saying he would get away, but there might have been a chance. If a 6 comes, he doesn't have any chance to actually fold. Because
Absolutely.
what does Harsh Harsh have? Kings, you block that. Yes, he can have only jacks. Pocket fours. Yep, that's
Yeah,
it. But how
sometimes.
many combos are there actually for
Absolutely.
pocket fours,
Only
pocket jacks?
Yeah, with 1-4 on the board,
And
you're only left
beating
with 50% of the
You're
combos.
also
Only
beating
3
aces
combos.
there as well. So
Yeah.
aces, ace king, king queen.
Absolutely.
So much that you beat out there. So we literally can't blame.
The only
Mahesh
thing
for
sad
losing
about
this
that particular hand was that it was between Harsh and Mahesh, and both of them were my picks.
Well.
Having said that, chips have gone from one player to the other, and we still have both of them on the table, so I'm not really complaining. But listen, can't do much there.
Yep.
Really cannot do much. I can't blame any one of them.
You lose a fight there, but you win a war.
Yeah.
First try.
Sick hand.
Harsh with this stack, I mean, he's dangerous.
And he
with
has
pocket
picked up
queens.
pocket queens this time
And
around.
with
Jacks,
ladies.
followed by queens. The question is whether these ladies are going to get some action on this final table. We're down to 6 players, and we're all fighting for that 13 lakh plus prize amount up top.
Fold. 80,000 because.
Pocket queens opens up to 80,000.
Fold. Fold.
No action as of now. Sameer's folded his 8-3 from the button. Mahesh with his 9-6 off on the small blind. Obviously doesn't want to get involved. And Kumar on the big blind with king deuce. Shows a deuce and lets it go.
A good fold by Kumar
Yeah.
in the big blind. He doesn't want to call these king deuce, king 3, king 4 off from the big blind. I mean, if he has king 5, king 6, he can start defending. But these king deuce, king 3 are really bad, and because they do not make like even middle player. Like when you hit a deuce, it's going to be like the bottom player.
Yeah.
Most of the times.
We are going to quickly cut to the bust out interview of Samay Singh. Let's see what he has to say about his gameplay.
Hi guys, so we have Mr. Samay Modu with us. Well, as we all know that we're back after 2 years in Nepal. Tell us about your experience, how it is.
This is my first time in Nepal, so I'm having an absolute blast. And I think the IPC has been organized really well. And I also had a deep run in the first tournament. So overall, I'm happy, and I think it's a great experience.
Well, we really want to know about your burst hand. Could you please tell us something about that?
So I think I'm definitely sure I made a mistake, and it cost me, which it should.
It was a big cost.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm standing here and I'm, talking about it. But yeah, I think I made a mistake, and a lot of people would agree that it would have been a fold. I think everyone would.
But there's always a next time.
Yeah, definitely. I think there are a lot more tournaments.
Yes.
The main event is there. There's a bounty tournament, a high roller. So a lot of things to look forward to. And yeah, that's it. It's great.
Awesome. So I think I'm going to wish you luck for the next event. Good luck for that.
Thank you so much.
I hope you nail this one. Thank you. Thank you, Samay.
There we have it, Samay, acknowledging. It takes a very big man to acknowledge his mistake and agree to that fact, and he does acknowledge the fact that ace-10 was a slight misstep. It happens in poker. You never know what kind of mind frame you are at that point in time, and you decided that ace-10 was a jam there, but in eventuality, on the hindsight, you tend to realize that it wasn't. No problem. Like he said, he's got a positive outlook on life and poker. He's got a lot of tournaments to play here at Indian Poker Championship Megastacks. He's just called it out for you, man. There's a high roller running right now. There's a main event for 60,000 buy-in. There's a bounty event, which is a mystery bounty.
Yeah.
There's a free roll worth 20 lakh as well.
I mean, why are you not here? Why are the people who are sitting in the home watching us, why are you not guys here?
You could be here in the mix on the final table having us commentate on you guys. So make your way to Indian Poker Championship Megastacks at Casino Vegas by Big Daddy here in Jhapa, Nepal.
Just a disclaimer, guys, do not miss your flights.
Yeah. I mean, a side note, Akshay missed his flight this morning. And you know how poker players are. They're very, very focused sometimes. And he was extremely focused on the arrival time, except he should have been focused on the departure.
I mean...
And
Well, I'm here. I couldn't
Yeah.
afford to miss the action. I couldn't
Absolutely.
afford
He
to-
made it, still made it in
Yeah.
time, made it happen. Brilliant.
I actually think that ace-10 suited hand, the small blind, is not that big of a mistake. Like if you run in the solvers, I don't think so. But the thing is, when you run in the solver's gonna pick a fight between solver and a solver. But when you are actually playing on the table, you gotta pick a fight with the human and what their tendencies are.
Yeah.
So if he actually knew Sameer before, he would have known that Sameer is not gonna have many bluffs down there. He's gonna have a lot of value when he puts half the stack in. Then he would have let it go. But if a GTO player who's gonna have enough bluffs for value, then his ace-10 suited jam kind of makes sense, but not when it's against Sameer and not some other pivot.
Heads up.
We've seen Kanishka and Arjun sitting very quietly, like they're waiting to pick up some hands to get, like they can't wait to have good hands.
Absolutely, they've been actually out of action, and we've just been seeing a Sameer or a Samay or a Mahesh or even Harsh with the bunch of action, whereas on the other hand, Kanishka and Arjun Veer have just been chilling.
Sure.
Yeah, they're waiting for pay jumps, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure that those two guys are aware that when you're getting paid to sit, just sit.
Yeah,
take that option. I mean, take that option. We see round two for we see a round two between Sameer and Harsh.
Absolutely. This time around,
Sameer takes it down.
again, Sameer has got a massive chip lead. Massive, massive, massive chip lead right now. He's sitting at 2.5 million. Harsh, I believe, is second in chips with 1.7 million.
Sameer is sitting in under the gun position with 2.5 million chips, and the blinds are 20,000, 40,000, and a big blind at ante of 40,000. He's going to fold his queen 5 off from early position.
Harsh on the button with 10-7 off.
Down to 2 short stacks in the blinds.
Kanishka has a very big hand, calling for some good cards.
Sorry, buddy.
He does go all in with his ace-9 of diamonds. Can we see action between Arjun Veer and Kanishka?
A close call.
Yeah, absolutely.
Close call.
I mean, listen, if things were reversed and Arjun was on the small blind with Queen 8 of hearts, he would have jammed himself. But sometimes jamming is much more easier than calling a jam. And in this situation, we're seeing exactly that. Arjun still contemplating.
I'll tell you something more technical in this aspect. Like when you're shoving from the small blind, even when you're a shorter stack, you can actually jam like around 60-70%. But the calling range of your opponent is around only 20-30% because he has to make that decision, and you're actually putting him in a spot. I think that is what Arjun is deciding right now with his Queen 8 of hearts, because he knows that Kanishka is going to jam 60-70% of the range.
Absolutely.
He's going to jam Queen 5 suited. He's going to jam Queen 4 suited, Jack 8 suited, Jack 7 suited, and he is in a decent shape versus them. But it's not an easy call.
Arjun's still contemplating exactly that.
You can see the sweat pouring down from Arjun's forehead. He is in a spot. When you know your opponents can jam quite a bit, Queen 8 becomes really good hand to call in the big blind.
Oh, that would be sick.
Arjun, a veteran in poker field, deciding what to do. Should I call a shove from small blind or should I not?
Again, like we discussed, it looks like a tough decision.
It's a pressure cooker out there for sure. Like B players are sweating for every single decision. Kanishka has that smile. Bro, you should make that call.
Kanishka now knows that since Arjun has tanked for so long, he's ahead.
He has made that call with Queen 8 of hearts.
So obviously Arjun has 2 life cards. It's 65-35% equity there, and anything can happen in this situation. Kanishka is being covered by Arjun here. Kanishka has put all of his chips in for his tournament life. This is going to be somebody busting out in 6th place if that is Kanishka losing this hand. But at this point in time, we have to see. There is an ace on the board. A beautiful board for Kanishka.
Well, Arjun is sweating outside, I'm sweating inside. This is my last pick left.
And there's an 8. Oh, yes. He could still hit an 8 or a queen in order to bust Kanishka.
Which
but
is not a
Kanishka
diamond.
Still.
It's not a diamond. He can't hit a queen of diamonds.
And there's another ace. He seems to deal. Kanishka doubling up. What a beautiful play there. Jamming blind versus blind. We're seeing a lot of blind versus blind action there. Ace 9, a jam. Queen 8, a call. I don't really blame.
I mean, it's close. I might have to go home and run it again, but it's close because I'm pretty sure that Kanishka is going to jam Queen 5 suited there, Jack 7 suited there.
So considering all of those, then a Queen 8 is a must call.
I mean, right? It's not a hand that you always call, but it's not a hand that you always fold
as well. Yeah.
It's
not a slam dunk fold ever.
It's like a seesaw.
Yeah.
If you're feeling it, you make the call. If you're not feeling it, you
And
fold.
with that, Kanishka has chipped up and has picked up a lot more chips. But at this point in time, I believe Arjun has become the short stack. He's left with somewhere close to 200,000, and that basically means he has somewhere close to 5-6 big blinds. Yeah, that's what Kanishka is saying. He's jamming Jack 9, Jack 10 there.
Yeah.
And Queen 8 at this point in time is ahead of those hands. Right.
He's jamming quite a bit there. I know Kanishka, he's jamming like around 60-65% there for sure. Like he's jamming 10-9 suited, 10-8 suited. And when you jam 10-8 suited and the other guy has Queen 8 suited, I mean, it's perfect because you have him dominated. He can only hit a 10 to stay. So,
Harsh on the cutoff, 9-4 of clubs, letting that hand go. King Queen for Kanishka, picking up some cards. We were just talking about him a while ago that he's been card dead for a while, and now he's got to double up, and now suddenly opening up from the button, raising to 85,000. For anyone who's tuned in right now, this is the final table of the kickoff event here at IPC Megastacks, and we start with 8 players on the final table. We're down to 6. All right, Arjun Veer is going to be dominated there. Button open from Kanishka.
I think this is slight bit on the aggressive side from Arjun because Kanishka is opening into a chip leader, so he's not going to be that light. And when you're shoving King 10 off from small blind, like I do agree that it's a button open, but still he's opening into a big blind who's the chip leader, so you got to be really careful.
Yeah, that's a call. Now it's between Arjun and Kanishka there. You may just be losing both of your candidates, and
Back
you'd
to
have to
back.
ship my prize money my way. But listen, it's King 10 versus King Queen, Kanishka versus Arjun Veer. This time around, the tables have switched because Arjun is the one who's at risk and playing for his tournament live with his King 10 off.
I mean,
Let's
he
see
can
the
always
flop.
hit a 10 or like a straight.
Of course, 7-5 deuce.
Or they can chop it up.
And Arjun asking for some sweat.
7? 7 on the turn. Alrighty, it's
Wow,
a 10 on the turn.
That's a turn. That's the turn from hell for Kanishka.
Alrighty.
Reversal happening again. This time around, Arjun Veer has moved up to 580,000. Kanishka still has 5,20,000 chips left with him. Wow. I mean, we're not saying bye to Arjun Veer this soon.
Not
He's still
yet.
around.
Not yet.
Still sticking around.
We see Arjun doubling up from Kanishka, taking away.
Just gave a double up and now taking one back.
I mean, it's a seesaw. You take one, I take one.
Absolutely. I mean, if we keep doing that, we'll keep commentating. But the game has to end one day.
I mean,
8-4 under the gun.
First strike,
Absolute garbage, guys.
40,000 call. Fold.
we haven't seen Mahesh go out of line since the start of this table, and he's been playing very coy, preserving his stack
Except for that
size.
one setup hand that he had with his king 6 on the
mean,
big blind
you can't
against the
blame the
pocket
guy
jacks.
for that.
You really can't do anything. That was
Yeah.
one of those hands which you really can't ever get away from. Kumar Vatsal, on the other hand, has been a wild card totally.
Yeah. He's playing his image because he's been folding a lot. So when he actually decides to jam, a lot of players give him the respect that, hey, this guy's been folding like 10 out of 9 hands or 9 out of 10 hands. Now when he decides to jam, it's going to be like a super premium hand.
Yeah. I absolutely agree with that.
Blinds of 25, 50.
We see a quick fold from both the blinds and Sameer extending his chip lead.
Yep. I mean, it's easy money for Sameer at this point in time if you see what he's up to. Look at those towers that he's created there.
Sameer has a son who's going to be cheering from home for his dad.
Definitely. I'm sure he's going to be proud of his father.
I mean, 13 lakhs will get you a lot of toys.
Of course.
We see 4 players. What a
Pocket
terrific
kings
job
for
done
Kanishka
by
this
the
time
production team here,
around.
showing 4 of the players at the same time.
Look at that split screen view. Beautiful. Kanishka contemplating. The action is on him. He's picked up pocket kings. He's on the hijack, late-ish position. Sizing up a raise. By the way, the blinds have increased to 25,000, 50,000 with a 50k big blind ante, which means Kanishka only has 10 bigs and he just decides to rip it in instead of opening with his pocket kings.
I think he was deciding between whether to open this hand or to go all in pre. The thing is, when he's going to be jamming like pocket 6s, pocket 5s, pocket 9s, then pocket kings also comes in that category.
Correct.
To have that balanced ranges playing on the final
And
table.
it also looks very, very nutted when you actually decide to open 2 big blinds with a 10 big blind stack. You know what I mean? So he decides to be balanced there. He's going to be jamming a lot of other hands. And Sameer on the button with ace 9. And Kanishka again toying with him, again talking to him, again smiling at him. And
That's what I'm saying. I can talk. They can't do. I can do this.
I think if Sameer wants to make that call, he can make that call because he covers the small blind and the big blind, and big blind is already shot.
Yeah.
The problem is how good is ace 9 versus Kanishka's jamming range for 10 bigs. Kanishka is going to be jamming a lot of hands like pocket pairs. I think he jams ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. He's going to be jamming a lot of low suited hands as well, like ace 4, ace 5 suited hands, ace 8 suited hands. So ace 9, I mean, he's not doing that bad, but
he let his ace 9 off go. 9 deuce in the small blind with Mahesh. And what is Kumar going to wake up with? He's got ace 4 and Kumar.
I'm really excited to see when Kanishka jams with like a weaker holding. Does he give the smile to other players or not?
Yeah,
That's gonna
because
be an interesting
2 times
ace
you've
back.
seen him smile and he actually had the goods. Kanishka getting some chips back.
Hey. Small, big. बड़ी बात ये 10 बिग थे अगली स्ट्राइक्स 50,000 फोल्ड 50 फोल्ड फोल्ड
A little about Mahesh Shamsundar. He's 35 years old, a chartered accountant. His favorite hand is Jack 10 suited. He's been playing this beautiful game since 2018, and his biggest winning, he's come first in mega suits. And I believe if you come first in mega suits, it's around 6 to 7 lakhs.
So we have a player in the making there, and now another open from Mahesh and another jam from Kumar. Now the question is, has Mahesh seen the stream that Kumar has the the capability of jamming King 5 off? Now because if he has, he's gonna snap call with his ace 7.
Well, it's on a 30 minutes delay, so we are not sure yet if he has seen the stream.
He's made the call.
Oh,
he's made
like,
the call. He's definitely
I'm gonna make
seen
a
that.
call. He's seen that.
And this time around, he has the goods. This time around, he has the goods. It's ace 7 versus ace king. Listen, we still have Kumar, who's going to be fighting for his tournament life, and Mahesh trying to bust him out in 6th position.
7 from the heaven.
I'm calling for it.
Well, 4, 6, 9. There's a bit of
some
sweat.
level of connectivity with that 7 there.
Some
Seven will help.
backdoors opportunities.
That doesn't really help much.
Well, if there's a 6 or a 4, they chop.
There's the chop, which is brilliant. 7 is going to be a win, and that's not a B, that's a jack, and that basically means Kumar has doubled up to 8,90,000. His play, his dynamic play by jamming King 5 off and then jamming his ace king and getting a call from ace 7 there has paid off for him, and with that Mahesh has actually dwindled down to 550,000 chips.
Good fold, na?
He'll be at 11 bigs.
Well, a little information about Kumar Vatsal also.
अच्छा हाँ
That he's 42 years old, he's a businessman, and his favorite hand is a dirty diaper. Deuce 3 offsuit, which is also known as dirty diaper.
Please change it. Please. Get rid of that. Throw it.
So he's been playing this game since 2018, and his biggest cash is about 13.51 lakhs. He won that money in FTS, which is also run by Spartan Poker.
Absolutely, the final table series. For those of you who don't know about it,
First X, 50,000 call.
And he's got quite a bit of achievements when it comes to tournament winnings. He has been an FTS winner previously. He's won a couple of other events as well on the other sides.
Sameer on hijack with King 7 off. Let's see what he decides to do here. He's obviously thinking about opening up. His range is going to be really wide for two particular reasons. Because A, he's in late position, and B, he is also the chip leader. Let's this hand go. I mean, for our viewers who don't know who Arjanveer Singh Chadda is, I mean, firstly, please understand that he's been playing poker for a very long time. He's been playing poker for the last 12 to 13 years, since 2009, and he's a professional poker player. I'll just come back to that information. At this point in time, we have Kumar, who has gone all in from the button with his ace-8, and Harsh on the small blind has picked up ace-3 of clubs. Not the easiest of calls to
But
make.
it's around 18 big blinds.
Yeah,
short,
that's a
so
big
that's quite
jam.
a bit.
Yeah.
And it is actually Harsh half the stack.
Yep.
So
I don't see him making that call at all.
Well, a lot of weird stuff happens on the final table, so I wouldn't be surprised, but I would be disappointed if Harsh makes his call for sure.
He lets it go. Easy decision for him. Kanishka also folding from the big blind with his 6-5. Yep. Which brings us back to Arjanveer Singh Chadda. His biggest win is 30 lakhs in online poker, and he's also the number 4th in cashes in 2021. He's won the Spartan Millionaire twice. I mean, winning it once is a very difficult feat in its own self, and winning it twice is just unbelievable. And that's exactly what it says about Arjanveer Singh Chadda. He's just a phenomenal player, and you can see that because he's on the final table here in the kick-off event.
Well, tell me about
IPC.
winning Spartan Millionaire. I've come this close to winning it.
I believe you came second.
second. I mean, I won some money, but I was left with broken heart. Because
you
when
need
you're
that title, right?
Yeah.
You eventually, when you are in the top 2, who wants to come second? That's the thing. Nobody likes coming second there. When you make such a long journey, you obviously want to bring the trophy back home, bring the title back home, and that badge that you get on the online site, on Spartan Poker, that's something that people really aspire to have against their name.
For sure. Well, I still don't have a millionaire badge on my profile, but I do have one IOPC badge which I would like to flaunt on the live stream. I got lucky one day.
I'm not sure if it's fully luck, but yes, some bit of skill involved for sure. Ace 3, an open to 125,000, slightly larger sizing chosen by Kumar there, and Harsh with a very decent hand on the button in the form of pocket 8s. Now, Kumar has been very deceptive. For those people, especially like a Harsh, is watching the stream or is being informed about the stream from some of his friends, and he understands that he's been very erratic. Kumar has been playing Ace King, and then he's been playing King 5s as well, and he's also just recently jammed the Ace 8 from the button, which was an 18 big blind jam. He could have easily opted to open there from the button as well. This time around, he decides to open to 2.5 big blinds with his Ace 3 of clubs.
I think the right thing to do here is probably a 3-bet, because you've got two shorter stacks sitting behind, so you really don't want to call, because when you call, you give them a very good price to come along, and it becomes a multi-way pot, and pocket 8s
don't
doesn't
really
play that
play
much.
well, absolutely, unless you hit an 8.
Yeah. And, you know, the good thing about 3-betting here is if actually Kumar Watsels,
He has gone all in there.
Yeah.
He's chosen a very strong sizing for his 3-bet, and he's decided to just go all in jam, asking Kumar to play for his entire chips, and he takes it down. Kumar actually smiling. He's not taken it down yet. He's smiling, and he understands that Ace 3 is something that he wouldn't ever want to commit himself with, and he lets that go. And giving away 2.5 big blinds in his direction. And he's even telling his hand. He said, "I was Ace 3 suited tha." Now that's a lot of information to give to a player like Harsh.
coming down to, you know, breaking down that hand, I am not a big fan of that shove. Like, I know that pocket pairs would love to just go all in and protect their hand. And the problem is when you 3-bet and you really don't want to fold pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 7s. But when you get called there, you are in a really bad shape. The opponent either has ace king, ace queen, or has pocket tens plus. So versus that, when you are up against that range, you're in a really bad phase, especially considering it's in final table. The payouts are huge, so you really want to be careful with what hands you jam. And Kumar Vatsal is also not like the chip leader who's going to be opening that much. He's going to have what do you call it? Like a
Some
very
playable hands there for sure.
Yeah.
And some hands that he's going to call your jam with as
100%.
well.
50,000. It's 25 more to go.
His range is not polarized to, I have value,
Yeah.
I have bluffs. His range is very nutted. He's gonna have like 80% of the hands that he's gonna be open and then calling off your jams. And the 20% of the times he's gonna fold. Like ace three suited, he's gonna open and then gonna fold. But 80% of the times or 70% of the time he's gonna have a hand that he can call your jams with. We see a limp by Kanishka from the button with 8-7 suited.
And which brings in Arjun Veer into the pot with this Jack 9 and the Sameer. And then Sameer obviously from the big blind just having to check with his 8 deuce. And
Check.
even though it's a limp pot, it actually does favor Kanishka a lot. You know. And he decides to just lead out. Not lead out, I mean, it was checked to him. It was checked by Arjun and checked by Sameer, and it went to Kanishka again with his 8-7 of clubs. He has a gut shot here, but like I said, that ace on the board is going to favor Kanishka a lot more than it favors Sameer or Arjun in that particular spot. Puts in a bet of 75,000, takes the pot down and chips up to 6,70,000 chips.
Kanishka is definitely going to have some ace-x in his limping range from the button. If he does have a limping range on the button, I'm pretty sure he's going to be very, very balanced there. He's going to have some ace-x, some strong ace-x, some weak ace-x. He's going to have like a bunch of mixed hands that he's going to be limping from the button.
There you can see Arjun Veer at the bottom of the chip count with about 8 big blinds. Kumar under the gun. I'd love to see what he decides to do because he's been playing very differently. He's got this unorthodox way of approaching poker, which is something that excites me and excites everyone because you never know what's coming. And here we have pocket fours under the gun, 6-handed. And he lets that hand go. Harsh with the king 9 off.
For 50,000.
Harsh and Kanishka both letting their hands slide into the muck. The action is on Arjun Veer with his 7-8 off with the shortest stack with about 9 big blinds, under 9 big blinds. Let's go. Sameer on the small blind with Jack 6 off. It's blind versus blind.
Raise 1,05,000.
A min race of sorts. Asking Mahesh to put in another 55,000.
Bad timing, Prajat.
50,000, but listen, here's the thing, he can easily get away with his Jack 6 off, right? Because Mahesh is obviously going to show aggression here, and Sameer understands that his Jack 6 is never going to do well against that kind of aggression, and a quick fold by Sameer, wasting no time, and Mahesh chipping up to 6,50,000, and Sameer is still the chip leader with 2.3 million.
Sameer wants to put pressure on everyone. He knows that he's got the chip lead. He has to put pressure on these shorter stacks, and that is why he's decided to actually raise and not limp.
Small break. First try. For 50,000 calls. For raise 1 lakh.
They've Here we see Sameer on the dealer button, making use of his chips, raising to 100,000 with 10-5 of clubs. Kumar on the big blind with 4-3 off. Does he want to defend this hand?
Lee's favorite hand is 2-3 off, so do you think he's gonna go out of the line with 3-4 offsuit in the big blind?
I mean, if he does, it's for surely going to work because Sameer actually has junk there with 10-5. And the fact that Kumar is actually giving this a thought is so much fun for me right now because
We love to see a wild card on the final
absolutely.
table. Someone who's crazy, someone who's wild, someone who doesn't care about the money. He's here to play, he's here to win.
Lets that hand go.
But Kumar decides to be wise and fold his
Absolutely.
3-4 offsuit from the big blind.
I mean, I believe every adventure and every risk has limits attached to it, and 4-3 off is below the limits, and folding that makes a lot more sense.
And Sameer is closely reaching to a stack size where he can start to open jam a lot of hands and put the pressure on the other players to make that call or not.
I'm okay. First strikes. 50,000 to call.
King deuce. Kanishka back to his old ways, picking up no
Yeah.
cards.
Well, when he picks up cards, it's ace, king, or kings.
Yeah.
I was just like, why me? Why me? Give me some good hands. I want to play. I'm here to play.
Fold.
Oh well, Sameer's folding 6-5 suited because he's understanding that, you know, the big blind is Harsh Bhumna and he's not going to take it light when you
Yeah.
open on his big blind.
And there we have
They're all in.
a little above 12 big blinds there for Mahesh with his pocket sixes from the button. Decides to just rip it in. Kumar with the jack 10 on the small blind. Quickly decides to lay that hand down. Does not want to call a jam. And Harsh with a jack 4. Can't really defend that either. And quickly, Mahesh picking up some more chips and chipping up to 750,000.
Yep. Mahesh going all in with the devils, I believe. A little bit of fatigue that we get to see on Kumar Vatsal's face.
Which is only natural considering you've played many hours yesterday and you've also been grinding since 1 p.m. today.
Well, and it's not easy, you know, when you make in day one and you come back on the day two, your brain doesn't let you sleep because you have so much energy running in your brain that, hey, you're thinking about the strategies that you want to do tomorrow.
First strikes.
We might see Arjun move all in here with around 8 bigs with an ace from under the gun. And he elects to fold. A bit surprised here because from under the gun, he's going to be big blind next hand where he's going to have 100k already put in this, in the middle. Really surprised that he doesn't move all in with ace 4 offsuit.
Sameer raising it up. If he can raise a 10-5 of clubs, then 10-8 is a beautiful hand.
It's like a premium hand.
Absolutely. Hijack. Beautiful, correct open there. Mahesh on the cutoff with ace 2s. He has an ace in his hand. Lets that go.
I would love to see Harsh going at it at Sameer in position. Well, he's not in position. He's in small blind.
Yep. And Kumar also not. And Kanishka has woken up at pocket 10s. He only picks
Are
up
we going to
the
see
big
the smile
hands.
project? Are we going to see a smile?
And that
before
is
he sets you
still
all in?
against Sameer. It's against Sameer again. He's again most likely going to be jamming here with his 11 and a half big blind stack. Considering there's already 2 big blinds committed by Sameer into the pot, and the pot is already 230, which is very close to about 40% of his stack.
Yeah. I'm just curious if Kanishka is going to give him a smile before he actually moves in. Because I know that I know the people who are watching from home and in their offices, they know that what's going to happen. All of them are waiting to see if Kanishka is going to give him a smile or not. Kanishka sitting there with 11 and a half bigs. See, when you're actually like thinking this much and decides to jam and then give your opponent a smile, I mean, it gives a mixed feelings, you know.
Yeah. Decides to go not go all in and re-raise it. He still kept some chips behind. He's kept 50,000 chips behind.
I'm probably going to ask him after this final table ends
100,000
that-
chips behind.
Yeah, I'm probably going to ask why he was doing this. Like the only reason I can think of from top of my head is that he wants his opponents to think he can still fold, which he can't. I know it. He probably knows it too. So I'm really curious to ask him after this final level finishes that why he was leaving some chips behind.
Ace Jack under the gun, Sameer with the chip lead, and he's been opening almost every other hand, and now this time around he actually does have a premium hand with his Ace Jack off.
So when you start opening 10-5 suited, 10-8 suited, Ace Jack really becomes premium, and you have to make some calls when people decide to jam on you because they are jamming under the impression that you're opening quite a bit. So your calling range has to widen when your opening range widens up as well.
And Sameer basically has been changing his open sizing very marginally, with very small amounts, with very small effect, because he opened 10-5 of clubs to 100,000. He opened 10-8 of clubs to 105,000. This time around with Ace Jack, he's opened it to 110,000. Not much to pick from there, but that's just a small observation that I had on his gameplay.
The only reason it could be because when he's opening this size, he's opening to Arjun's big blind and Kanishka's small blind. And they're short stacks, so you don't want to price them in for a 2x open. When you go 2.2, their defending range actually decreases a little bit. That is the only reason I can think of right now. Well,
easy fold for Arjun Veer with his 10-4 off, and Sameer taking it down and back to 2.5 million there. It's easy for Sameer. Listen, he's been opening almost everything, and he knows exactly when to apply pressure and when to just stay back. And
the good thing about the last hand project was that Harsh was thinking with a Queen 10 offsuit when Sameer decided to open from early position. So we can see that Harsh is ready to fight with Sameer if it comes to that.
Yep. But he also understands that in terms of risk premium, him kind of being second in chips, he's going to have the maximum risk premium on himself. And this point in time, it would make no sense for him to compete or get into a big pot situation with the chip lead on the table, knowing that there are shorter stacks behind.
But then he has to also decide whether Sameer is capable of 4-betting as a bluff versus him when he decides to 3-bet.
Yeah,
a lot
absolutely.
of elements will come in play when they're already 6 max. So when they start losing more players, the ranges would like widen quite a bit.
We're all in.
Arjun decided
Blind
to
versus
jam.
blind,
Ace deuce
and
off.
he's going to get a call
blind.
from Sameer.
Oh, snap call.
Arjun has gone all in for his remaining 6.5, 7 big blinds there with his 330k stack. And Sameer, listen, he has an ace there. He's got 2.4 million behind. He's not going to waste any time here. He's most likely going to call here. And this is going to be for Arjun Veer Singh's tournament life.
This is not slow roll by any way. He's just making sure that he knows how much is Arjun's jamming.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's no
It's
like,
ace 7
not a
versus
slow
ace
roll.
deuce. Absolutely. Listen, there are some chop outs here sometimes,
Well,
depending
I'm
on what
hoping
kind of
for
flop
one.
that we see. But it's ace deuce.
I'm hoping for
Even
Arjun
Arjun saying chop kara do.
I don't want to double up. I just want to survive.
Sameer ahead, and Arjun at risk for his tournament life.
Well, Ace Deuce has a flush draw to go with it.
All right, it's still 50-50. It's a coin flip at this point in time with ace 7 and ace deuce. Queen of diamonds does not help, which basically means Sameer has now got 65% chance of taking this spot down. A spade or a deuce
now.
is going to help our man.
And my
spades,
man
wow.
doubles up. Wow.
Wow, Arjun is resilient. He is persistent. He just does not want to leave this final table. He's literally been dwindling for a very long time, and he's had multiple double ups. And both of those times, one was King 10 versus King Queen. He was behind. He hit the 10 against Kanishka, and then this time around he was ace deuce versus ace 7. Makes a flush.
Yeah.
The worst flush possible with the deuce of spades, but he gets there.
Yeah.
The idea is to make it happen, and he's exactly doing that. Listen, he's chipped up, and
Well, I picked him for a reason, Rajit. I knew that he was short, but I knew that he can actually play. We both know that he's been getting lucky when it comes to double up. When you give this man some chips, and he'll show you how to play final tables.
absolutely. And listen, small dent on Sameer's stack, but Listen,
A
correct
big-
hand, yeah. He jammed an ace-x hand from the small blind. Samir picked up ace-7 on the big blind. Easiest call in the world considering you only have to
Yeah.
call for 5.5, 6 picks.
A big win for Team Akshay.
50,000.
Yep. I mean, looks like that for now.
I mean,
Jack 9, Kanishka folding it. Action on Arjun. Will look down at King 5 off and lets it go. Sameer. Blind versus blind action. He had the aggressive route to take with his Jack 6 off, a couple of orbits behind from the blind versus blind situation. When his opponent on the big blind woke up with ace king and jammed. This time around, he's also opted to raise with his 8-3 off with 1,10,000. Not going away and not shying away from applying pressure. 3 deuce. Samir doesn't really know that he would have had Mahesh dominated even if anything was to go down there. But listen, Mahesh is smart enough to let that go. Not calling there with his 3 deuce.
this is like a different side of Sameer that I'm getting to see today. As I said in the start of the stream, that I thought of him as being a very tight player, but I mean, people change when you give them some chips.
No, absolutely. And listen, having said that, he's obviously evolved as a player as well. And considering when you first played with him to now looking at him play, his game would have evolved leaps and bounds because he's been consistently making final tables and rubbing shoulders with brilliant players. And who knows if he's been putting a lot of study hours back in the day, back at home. And it's showing the results here. It's showing that he feels at home and at peace playing on such a final table at such a big occasion.
I mean, confidence has a big impact on how you play, and when you run deep in the tournaments, when you ship some tournaments, you have that confidence.
And again, kind of changing his open sizing to 2.5 big lines right now with 1,25,000. He's chosen all sorts of sizings here, and now Kumar at this point in time on the big blind with his ace jack. I do not see how Kumar lets this hand go. I love for Kumar to go all in, and he does go all in there. And Sameer, listen, it's not always a slam dunk call there with your king 10 off, yeah?
I actually don't think he's gonna make that call.
He's most likely going to be folding there. That should be his open folding hand because it's not a short stack that Kumar has gone all in with. Kumar has about 14 bigs there, a little more than 14 big blinds.
And it's almost 40% of Sameer's stack. Because if Sameer folds his hand, he still has chip stack to dominate other players. But if he loses one, then he joins the pack. And then he has to be on the tighter roads after that. Do you know if Sameer has seen Kumar Vatsal jam King 5 off?
I believe he has. But at this time, he still feels that calling off for 14, 15 big blinds may not be the most wisest decision here with his king 10 off. Because he's also seen him do the same thing with ace king, right?
Yep.
And he understands that he's absolutely wide, but also sometimes very, very nutted, and he lets that hand go. I'm pretty sure if this was about 6, 7 big blinds, Sameer would find a call there with his king 10, but 14, 15 big blinds is not the easiest decision there, and he lets that go.
Kumar Vatsal rocking up Apple Watch right there, if I'm correct. Waking up with ace jack suited in the big blind. Not bit of a chat happening on the table. This one seems
most of the
quite a bit-
chatting only happens between Kanishka and Sameer, and whenever Kanishka picks up a hand and there's a little bit of banter happening there, and Kanishka tries to table talk and induce people to call against him, especially when he's had monster hands with like ace king and pocket kings. I've seen him do that a couple of times now on this table, but Kanishka also looking a bit bored, card dead, can't blame him.
Mahesh waking up with King Jack offsuit on the button with around 13 bigs?
Yeah, 12 and a half.
12 bigs, yeah.
12 and a half bigs there.
We're all in.
Does go all in.
Let's see if the blinds wake up with anything good to call Mahesh all in.
All right, Kumar actually has a monster. I do not know how he lets this hand go. I would be surprised to a different level if he does not rejam with this hand. I mean,
There's no way
yeah.
that Kumar Vatsal lays this down.
He's taken the call and he has gone all in. He does exactly that. He has gone all in. And with that, Mahesh understands that he's behind, but listen, he has lifeguards. But the jack was with Harsh, so the king jack is obviously going to be behind with only 25% equity there, and Mahesh has about 75% chance of busting out Harsh here. For whoever's watching the stream right now, Harsh has folded. It's between Mahesh and
Kumar Vatsal.
And Mahesh is at risk at this point in time.
10 deuce 8.
2 spades.
No backdoors for Mahesh because Kumar Vatsal has queen of spades with it.
Queen, this all-in is between...
Well, has a 7 or a queen.
Yeah. And there's
And has a 7 there. Well, we see Mahesh double up. Your pick, picking up the key chips that he needed. He's been quiet for last 30 minutes.
All right, with that hand, we just saw a double up happening there between the players, and we're going to take a small refreshment break for the players of 5 minutes. Do not miss the action on other side. There we are. There we have it, guys. It's again me, Prajit Gambhir, here with my co-commentator Akshay Kapoor, and we are commentating the live stream from the Indian Poker Championship Megastacks Casino Vegas by Big Daddy here in Nepal. This is the first event that we have going on for you guys. It was a 25,000 rupee buy-in, and it's got the kick-off event. We are down to final 6 players. We've been playing since 1 p.m. today, and 29 players made it to the second day of the kickoff event. We're down to 6. How's the action, Akshay?
I mean, it's intense. People are shoving King 5 off.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, it's intense. People are folding Ace Jack off still. We've seen Arjun double up twice now.
Absolutely, both times he was behind, but listen, you can't do much. That's poker, right? You need a little bit of that good vibe and good luck and good feelings going in your direction as well. And Arjun's had a bunch of that, and of course, you're going to be happy with that, right?
100%. But you still have 2 of your guys in, so I still have something to worry.
Absolutely. At this point in time, listen, we lost Ashish Ahuja in 8th position, right? I mean, for those of you who are shocked by listening to us by saying Ashish Ahuja has been busted in 8th position, you must understand that he came in with only 4 big blinds, and listen, he couldn't do really a lot with that. And Samay got busted in 7th position. Now we're down to 6 players, and we're going to catch up live action. There you can see the 6 players on the table. On your left is Arjun Veer Singh and Sameer, the chip leader, with his glasses on. I just caught up with him in the break. We spoke about his eye gear. The last time when he was on stream, I spoke about his eyewear again, and he had a few stains on his t-shirt. He said, I hope there are no stains on my t-shirt this time around.
125.
Listen, we wish you the best, Sameer. You've been cracking it hard on this table. And
he's wrapping Hugo Boss polo t-shirt today.
Absolutely.
He came in dressed, prepared to take this final table down with him and win 13 lakhs and some change.
Yep. We didn't talk much about the last hand before the break. The King Jack versus Ace Queen.
Yeah.
King Jack completing it straight from the bottom side, hitting the 7 on the river, and my man, Mahesh,
Doubling up. Taking down some chips from Kumar Vatsal, who's been very coy. Jamming his King 5 offsuit, Ace King, calling with Ace Queen. He's been involved a little bit in the last 30 minutes.
Absolutely. And having said that, Harsh has been a little quiet in the last 30 minutes as well, because he's not really picked up many hands. He was very active initially, and he chipped up a lot, and he started this final table fairly well, but he's given up a few chips here and there, lost a few post-flop pots as well. Having said that, he still has a lot of chips to play with and a lot of skill to dominate this table. Let's see what happens now. Mahesh on the hijack with 8 deuce off, letting that hand go. Kumar with 9-7.
60,000 to call, sir.
Harsh waking up with Ace 10 offsuit on the button.
Yep.
Having
we just spoke
1.6
about the
million
man.
chips.
We
Yeah.
just spoke about him not being that active on the table, but now that he has picked up Ace 10, he's eyeing Kanishka's chips, and he's also eyeing Arjun Veer's chips, because he knows both of them are shallow, and he, instead of opening here, decides to do the right thing, apply pressure on them, and jams on his own. Gets a quick fold from Kanishka and a quick fold from Arjun Veer as well. Taking just quickly, that's the easiest way to pick up chips. Yeah, he just picked up 1,50,000 chips there. Chips up to 1.7 million.
He's like, मुझे नहीं देखना flop, ना ही मुझे decision लेना है.
और ना ही
मैं
मुझे
जा रहा हूँ
देखने
भाई.
देना है.
हाँ, ना मैं ही जा रहा हूँ all in. तुमने जो करना है करो.
कि मैं खोलूं और तुम all in करो और तुम मेरे पे decision डालो. I'd rather jam on my own
myself.
and take it down.
A little bio for Harsh. He's 27 years old, professional poker player. His favorite hand, pocket tens.
I'm not sure how. I hate that hand. Puts me in a spot every single time, but it must have worked for him.
He's won 60, like his biggest winning has been like 16.85 lakhs. He's been playing since 2016. I'm a little bit surprised because he said he's picked up a best hand as pocket tens, but he says his favorite hand is Queen Jack suited.
I believe both those hands are. I mean, the questions are the same, and I won't really be thrilled. I mean, listen, pocket tens gives me anxiety. Let's be really honest about it. I mean, depends on my stack depth as well, but you know, ace 5, all right.
Bringing back the action, Kanishka decides to jam on the button with ace 5 suited.
Very standard play there.
He's got 10.5 big blinds.
Yep, and the blinds have gone up to 30,000, 60,000 with 60,000 big blind ante. Sameer looking down
Put the camera on Kanishka's face. I really want to see it. If he's as confident as he was with Ace King offsuit.
Yeah, can we see Kanishka? Kanishka, look at that.
A
He still
smile.
he has a smile.
A little smirk.
Kanishka toying with his opponents, taking this hand down. Ace 5 suited from the button.
Samir is also wrapping a lot of rainbow color accessories with him. We can see his AirPod accessory, which is like a rainbow color. And then his watch as well.
Yep, the strap.
First strikes. 30,000. 60. 60. All in. They're all in.
Kumar finally picking up a decent hand, A7 off. He only has 4.5 big blinds there, and he decides to jam his entire stack in, worth 2,85,000 chips with A7 off.
How do you feel when somebody call you with like a hand like 8-4 suited when you jam A7 offsuit? Even if it's like 6 bigs.
I would feel really pathetic because I know that he still has life cards, and I have a possibility 60% of the times I'd win, but 40% of the times I would lose. Sameer, this time around, with a very, very close call sort of a hand, because he has 2 million and he only has to call 255 more. He's already put in some chips from the small blind, and he does have an ace in his hand. Contemplating whether to make this decision or not.
Call.
And he does make just a call with the big blind still to act behind him. Mahesh, who has King Jack. Now this may allow Mahesh to get involved in this spot
100%.
for sure.
I don't see Mahesh folding King Jack offsuit here. It's around 4 bigs, and there's already around 10 to 11. There's already around like 11.5 bigs in the pot already.
Yeah.
Jamming wouldn't achieve much, so just call
And he just
and see the
calls.
flop.
Yep.
And because Sameer is not incentivized to bluff here because it's a multi-way pot, if you knock out somebody, you instantly get a pay jump.
Obviously, Kumar is looking for a triple up here, but
Yeah. We see Mahesh has the maximum equity among the three to take this pot down.
My action is done. No.
Kumar's like, मैं चला गया हूँ all in.
Yep.
तुमने call कर दिया है, अब मेरे को कुछ नहीं
all
करना.
right, the board is 6, 10, 8. And there is a 6 that Sameer has spiked on that
Check.
board, but nevertheless, Kumar does have a 7 that'll save him, also a 9
9
that's
will
going to
save
give
him
him a
as well.
straight. Going to give him a straight. Now 8s and 6s for Sameer.
And a 10 would also save him as well.
Absolutely. Now it would, because it would lead to a chop between him and Sameer. But here's the thing. He's at risk for his tournament life. A 6 is not the card that he's looking for. Sameer has converted his hand into a full house, and with that, we are definitely going to lose Kumar. Watsal there. That is unfortunate. He still may be thinking that my ace high is good here because the action's gone check on the flop, check on the turn, and now Sameer's going to most likely lead out for some value from similar hands like ace highs and king highs to get some small calls. Let's see
Very
the sizing.
small bet.
Yeah.
I want to probably see like a 2 big blind, just 2 big blinds.
5,004.
Yeah, very small. Ace high, that's not good. He had the ace 6 and he hit his full house there, and with that we have to say bye to Kumar Watsal. Really can't do much there.
Yeah.
He put in his chips with a good hand. He was ahead of his opponents, but having said that, that ace queen hand was kind of consequential for his entire tournament life. He lost that hand against the king jack. This time around, ace 7 lost to ace 6, and with that our chip leader becomes way more richer, and we're down to 5 players.
Kumar Watsal busting 6th for 2.25 lakhs.
Absolutely. And now everyone is guaranteed 2.72 lakh rupees, and that is a pretty decent pay jump. And now we're down to 5 players with our man Sameer still in the chip lead.
A good sportsmanship has been shown by Sameer. He literally got off his chair to just shake hands with Kumar Watsal, telling him, sorry that you got unlucky. This is something that we need more of in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, people need to acknowledge the fact that sometimes when you put your money in, certain things are not in your control. They'll go in your favor sometimes and they'll go against you as well. But you have to be humble and acknowledge the fact that sometimes things went with you, sometimes they'll go against you as well. Shaking hands is a part of the game, camaraderie, and obviously respect being shown between players is something that's always appreciated. Kanishka, under the gun, ace queen, 5-handed. He's got 13 big blinds.
You see an open from Kanishka. I'm pretty sure that he's going to open to two big blinds here. He's counting his stack to see how much he has. Ace queen off on the other
He has
hand.
gone all in.
Wow.
He's deciding not to see the flop and not to show the flop to players as well, and he's basically super balanced there.
Yeah.
He did the same thing with his kings, and he's doing the same thing with his ace queen. He knows if somebody has a calling sort of a hand, he's going to call him. He's happy.
Yeah.
Because he's not open folding, he's definitely open calling against a jam as well there. So he decides to let it drip himself. And there are 2.5 big blinds dead money available up for grabs as well for him.
It's just there's a small difference between ace queen suited and ace queen offsuit. Like ace queen suited plays well post flop, has more playability to it. Connected cards, suited cards. That is why I would have liked to open ace queen suited. But I mean, there is not a big difference between opening ace queen suited and jamming ace queen suited. I'm pretty sure Kanishka is thinking right now, hey, I'm going to be jamming ace-5 suited, I'm going to be jamming ace-4 suited, I'm going to be jamming lower pockets. So how should I balance my range? What hand should I put in so that my range looks pretty balanced, pretty strong, so I don't not get called light?
For 30 more.
Harsh with 9-6 offsuit in the small blind.
With 1.6 million chip stack.
Call.
Just makes the call.
Options.
The option is on Kanishka to check or bet. Kanishka with pocket aces. Is he going to just play this hand trappy? He has position over Harsh.
Rockets for Kanishka.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not the best time to pick these up because Harsh, as we know, does not have anything there. And Kanishka, even with the slightest raise, is going to just scare Harsh away. But if he just checks and plays this hand in position, there could be fireworks.
Kanishka is like, I'm not going to raise. I'll take my chips back. Come on, let's play the hand.
Kanishka going in with the raise. And can't do much there. Harsh actually had nothing. Tried to limp in, see a cheap flop, and Kanishka, if you let him see that cheap flop, we would have had a blast here in the commentary booth for sure. A 9-high board would have been amazing.
Well, Harsh didn't just lose, Harsh didn't just dodge bullet, he dodged bullets. Kanishka has been picking a lot of strong pocket pairs. He's picked up kings twice, he's picked up aces, then ace-king twice. He's been picking some really good hands now for the last 45 minutes, I believe.
60,000.
एक बारी तो बनती है यार
To bet.
एक बारी तो बनती है वो क्या
Arjun asking for a walk.
Arjun requesting
between
people.
Kanishka and Arjun and
एक बार तो बनती है ना boss. Kanishka is like, why it's so bad? It just shows these two are really good friends. They are very frank with each other. I think Arjun's gonna get what he wants. A walk.
yeah, Kanishka is thinking about it. He obviously has a very garbage hand, and Arjun's continuously, consistently asking for a walk. He's gone all in with his jack 3 off, applying max pressure on Arjun Veer here. He has him covered, and Arjun quickly folds his king 7 there.
Well, he
Maybe
calls it
maybe
queen
Arjun.
suited
Yeah,
and
I mean,
folds king 7.
king 7. I mean, did Arjun asking for a walk kind of indicate that he had a weak hand, which kind of forced Kanishka to jam his jack 3 there, and then obviously Arjun folded his king 7?
It depends if he
for 8
if he
big
saw
blinds?
his cards. I'm not sure if he saw his cards before Kanishka made any move.
Pros don't usually do that
Yeah.
as well. They only see their cards when it's their turn. They won't give out any reads, but
I think king 7 is very close here. I think I'm just gonna call king 7 off and fold king 6 off there, something around that. Harsh having jacket suited in the cutoff with 1.5 million chips.
Pretty playable hand. Suited.
Raise 1,20,000.
Raises to 2 big blinds to 1,20,000.
Kanishka is deciding whether to play this hand or not. Well, 7 is off. Not good enough.
Yep. Arjun Mir on the small blind with 10-7 of clubs. Lets that hand go. He's got one full orbit here. Pocket nines with Sameer on the big blind. Listen, the rich tend to get richer all the time, and this guy has been picking up hands. But having said that, he's also been playing some beautiful poker. Somewhere around his pocket nine, he's going to try and apply a lot more pressure on Harsh.
If I'm on this final table, I'll have one or two of my friends watching the stream, giving me all the information that I need, because the key information right here is no one is actually playing back at anyone. So when you actually are getting 3-bet, they have it. So when they have it, you can actually fold a lot. But that information is key to make any decisions. So you want to have some friends who are willing to watch the streams for you, help you out. And then maybe you can throw a party for them later on.
Of course. I mean, it's all for the team, I guess.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Sameer has a lot of friends watching the stream.
Definitely. And now listen, this may sometimes look like Sameer is just making use of his chips and applying undue pressure, but at this point in time, we know for a fact that he does have pocket nines here. And that's a pretty good hand. And he has done exactly what you're supposed to do with pocket nines there. He's applying the pressure of his stack, and he raises that to 2,80,000. 330.
It's all about the information. If you have the information, you fold. If you do not have the information, you can actually call, try to make a move with jacket suited. The key is the information.
It's 2,10,000 more to call for Harsh with his jack 8 of diamonds.
8 is a really bad card for Harsh here, because all the bluffs that Sameer is going to have will have a lot of 8x in it, like 8-5 suited, king 8 of hearts. Maybe I don't think king 8 of hearts does it, but there's a lot of it, like 8-7 suited can actually 3-bet here, 8-5, 8-6. Those hands are going to having a lot of 3-bet.
Harsh is thinking whether he's just being pushed around here in this spot.
Yeah.
He obviously is a brilliant player himself, and he doesn't want to get pushed around, right? He knows he has position here. He knows he has a connected, not really a connected, but a suited hand, which makes a beautiful straight as well sometimes. But then he also has to acknowledge the fact that Sameer will wake up with some hands, and he is obviously going to go out of line once in a while. But how wide could he be?
This is the thing with aggressive players, because they know that they're aggressive, they know that they'll make use of those certain spots. They assume that other players are capable of making those bluffs, because they are. Why not the others? Again, mindset, information, two key elements about this decision.
He lets it go, making the right decision there with his jacket of diamonds. Listen, did not want to call the 3-bet. It's not the best hand to be calling 3-bets with, and also not absolutely against somebody who's been running that good, and also is the chip leader and also been playing brilliant poker. So a beautiful fold there with jack 8, and obviously, like we just discussed, Sameer जीते जा रहा है.
अरे really?
I have an idea on all the sides, but you hardly ever see me. Really? You don't play tournaments live? I mean online? What are you talking about?
First track, so.
Sameer making. I told you that this guy tells people that he doesn't know how to play.
60,000.
Pocket 8s for Kanishka, cut off. And quickly looked at his cards and quickly raises it to 1,25,000 chips there. Kanishka's chipped up to 1.1 million.
Hold.
Sameer on the small blind with another pocket pair.
It doesn't seem like that he's interested to play this hand, but he can actually call this hand in the small blind.
And if he spikes a 3 there,
And it's just the nuts.
He just gets the
Just
payment.
the gold.
Yeah.
But it's a fine fold, like it's not the end of the world. You've got pocket 3s, Kanishka is opening when you are in the small blind, and also Arjun sitting with a shorter stack.
Yeah. I mean, flatting there would obviously entice Arjun to jam.
Yeah.
And 3s then against that sort of a jam are never really doing well. At best, you'll have 50%, and at worst, you'll just be extremely dominated. Mahesh, 8-5 of clubs.
8 high board.
Why not? With a 5-2. Alright, a queen deuce board. Pretty safe for Kanishka's pocket eights.
We'll see like a small bet by Kanishka, like a very, like probably like 1 or 1.5 big blind here, which is a standard play.
125 bet fold.
Oh, we see around 2 big blinds.
2 big blinds.
Yeah.
Quickly taking it down.
I think when I was started to learn poker, and Kanishka has helped me a lot in both my game and in my mindset. He's very strong when it comes to training people for the mindset as well as the theoretical aspect of the game. Very exploitative player. He's not going to do GTO play every single time, but he knows what GTO is. So yeah.
King Queen for Sameer on the button with 2.8 million. He's literally got a bunch of chips to play with right now. I'd love to see a stat where we can see what percentage of the chips in play are with him. And he obviously he's going to raise here, he's going to apply pressure, he's going to be raising a bunch of hands, and King Queen is a beautiful hand to do that with. Nobody has anything on the blinds. Well, is Harsh thinking of a move? Is he thinking that he just makes the call with 7-4?
A bit loose there because Arjun is sitting literally there with like 400 chips, and he doesn't want to get involved with the chip leader. I still believe he's either second or third in chip stack.
Check bet, sir. First right. Check.
On 9-10-4 board, Harsh with the bottom pair. It's very difficult to sometimes continue with your bottom pair when you know the chip leader is aggressive and he is going to bet again on the turn. So what do you do if you don't improve on the turn? It goes check though. That's very good for...
Check bet, sir.
Turn is a 7. Oh, sorry, a 6.
Yep.
Bringing a gut shot for Harsh as well with his pair.
Absolutely. And now Harsh must be feeling a little bit comfortable here with that board after getting a check back from Sameer on that flop. Sameer will obviously be deceptive with certain parts of his range by checking back them and be balanced there, but at this point in time, Harsh must be feeling comfortable with a bottom pair.
We'll probably see a protection bet coming out of Harsh, probably somewhere around half pot or like a bit smaller than half pot.
1,55,000, right?
1,55,000 right there, exactly.
And Sameer just has an easy call here. He's got 2 overs and a gut shot.
Absolutely. So he's got a king that helps him, queen that helps him, even a jack. And sometimes he has the possibility of also bluffing his opponent out if he puts him on a hand exactly like that one. Something like a 4-5, 4-7, 3-4 sort of a hand.
Fold.
Wow.
Let's go.
This man knows when he's behind and this guy knows when he's ahead. So, yeah. I'm actually, if I'm him, I would have made this call, especially when if I don't bet the flop, I have to make this call. I have so many outs. I mean, the only time I'm not, I do not have out. Like, even if he has 7-8, which is basically the nuts on the turn, I still have outs. I still have the jack with me.
माइक नया लगाया
लेटने का मन कर रहा है वहाँ पर लेट रेसिंग करने हम लोग लेट अच्छा तो
करना तो पड़ेगा यार कल है ही नहीं डेटू में
माइक लगाया
कल कर आज ही है
Players discussing that there is no date to
direct entry into day,
no,
not direct entry, but like late reg, extended late reg on the second day of the high roller. So they would have to register today, and that obviously depends on when they bust out from this tournament.
60,000 call.
अच्छा हाँ करेक्ट
लेट रहे
60,000, sir.
यार दूर आके 3 टूर्नामेंट में नहीं खेलेंगे तो फाइनल में आ जाएंगे।
चॉपर का ग्राउंड मार के आ जाओ।
30 more to call.
Players already considering where to invest the money that they've won in this tournament. They're all looking to buy in the high roller that's been running. The buy-in of that is 100,000 or 1 lakh rupees.
Absolutely.
It's definitely going to surpass the guarantee. I have already seen number of famous players playing that tournament. We saw Kunal Patni. I saw Nikita Luther that was already playing. Ashish Manot was in the fields.
Harsh on the small blind with his queen 6. Thinking what he wants to do against Kanishka.
Hold.
Let's go this time around. Remember, he limped and then Kanishka woke up with aces and raised. Does not want to get involved into a pot with him.
लास्ट वॉक दिया था 2016 में। आज लाइक हर 7 साल में एक बार मिलता है वॉक।
You meant 6.
Smaller than 30, 60, NT.
मैंने फोल्ड लाइक मुझे है
आप भी कोई रेस किया करो, मुझ पे ही छोड़ देते हैं स्मॉल टू बिग। हमारी बातें शुरू यहाँ पर फोल्ड टू करता नहीं। अच्छा अच्छा लग रहा है।
62
भाई इतने चिप्स है, किसी तो कवर इस्तेमाल करो। सही है।
62 balls, sir.
Good to see players loosen up, start the chatter.
Hey bro, looks like it's gonna be us.
Mahesh has literally been like sitting.
Oh no, Harsh actually has a hand to open up here from the dealer button. Arjun Veer is not going to get a walk.
Kanishka got what he wanted. He wanted Harsh to open up so that he doesn't have to shove on Arjun. But let's see if Kanishka actually wakes up with his hand in the small blind, because we both know that Harsh is going to open the hand on the button.
Yep, that's a raise to 1,20,000. What is Kanishka going to wake up with? He has seen his cards. King 7. And a 7-3. Let's say go, and Harsh chips up to 1.7 million.
King 7 suited in the small hand would have been a really good hand to 3-bet if Arjun was in a short stack. Because when you 3-bet, Harsh can actually 4-bet a lot, knowing that you cannot call him light. Kanishka making the remark that Harsh only gives a walk in 7 years.
Yeah.
So, as I said, we know that Harsh is a really aggressive player. He's not going to miss any spots, I believe. I'm really impressed with Mahesh, with all the patience that he has shown on the live stream.
Yep, absolutely. And he's lost a few hands, he's won a few hands, got lucky, got unlucky, he's got all sorts of things happening. And now we're on Harsh again, cut off. By the way, we're 500. So, and the blinds are 30,000, 60,000, with 60,000 big blind ante there. Harsh with the King 7 of clubs, opening it up to 1,20,000 chips. Kanishka on the button, letting it go. Arjun Veer with 9-3, absolute garbage. Can't really do anything. He's now down to his last orbit, guys. This time around, when the button comes on him, it's going to be his last orbit. Sameer with the King 3 off, quickly letting it go and allowing Harsh to take the dead money in the pot.
कोई ना दे दे भाई, सब कर दूँ। Queen है देवा.
Arjun making small requests.
Yeah, Arjun Veer saying, if I pick up a queen high, it's good enough for me to jam. He's on the button now. He's got the orbit. He's only got maybe 4 big blinds left. I really don't think he has much options here. Queen high has to be.
Yes, even Jack High is gonna be all in.
Jack 9 for Kanishka.
Talking about Jack Highs, we've got Jack 9 suited in cutoff.
Arjun Veer with 8-3, absolute junk. Ace Jack on the small blind with Sameer.
The 3 is not letting go of Arjun's hand. 7-3, 9-3, and then 8-3.
I'm guessing he's going to pick up 10-3 the next hand.
I mean, give the man Queen 3 at least.
Call.
Nice.
Wow. Wow. He's played his ace jack quite deceptively there from the small blind. Not choosing to 3-bet there. And now Mahesh with his pocket queens is definitely going to spike this spot up and bloat it.
We'll probably see Kanishka fold his hand and Sameer call it off
Absolutely.
quickly.
Because Sameer's hand is so under-wrapped.
Yeah.
All
It is
in.
extremely under-wrapped, and that basically is an all-in.
Only backs.
And it's a
Snap
snap call by Sameer.
Call.
He,
Only backs.
it was ace jack versus queens. He's going to see that he is behind, and Mahesh wasn't kidding. Mahesh just wasn't trying to squeeze them off this spot. He did have pocket queens there. It's queens versus ace jack. The jack is dead. Obviously, the jack would have really not helped Sameer as well, but the ace is still alive, and the ace could help him crack the pocket queens. Let's see the flop, guys. Mahesh at risk for his tournament life. The board is 9, 10, 5 with 2 hearts. Another 9 there. The deuce.
Sameer not happy losing that pot. That was quite a big pot for Sameer to lose.
Yep, and from his point of view, listen, he was playing that hand quite deceptively. He just flattered with his ace jack. And he would have been happy to see a jam coming in from the big blind position, and then he snapped it off with ace jack. Just realized that the big blind woke up with pocket queens.
Do you think Sameer still has a chip lead with 1.9 million? It's going to be close between him and Harsh, because Harsh is going to be opening quite a bit pots.
Absolutely, but with Mahesh picking up chips, he's also at 1.6 million. There's literally no gap between them. They're all between 25 and 30, 32 big blinds there. And one pot here or there could mean anything in this particular spot. But listen, we've got our high roller. We've got Mahesh chipping back up, man. He's been there. He's been grinding all this while.
You were saying that he's won some hand, he's lost some hands, but you know what he hasn't lost? His composure.
Absolutely.
Blind 40, 80. 40,000, 80,000.
diamonds? Epic hand.
Thank you.
Pocket threes, early position, 5-handed with Kanishka. 20 big blinds.
80, sir. 80.
Blinds are 30, 60 with 60k big blind ante, and I think the blinds are going to go up very soon to like 40,000, 80,000, and a big blind of 80,000. This might be the last hand that we are playing 30, 60.
Arjun Veer with 7-3 again. That's a brilliant.
कह रहा 3 जा ही नहीं रहा है मेरे हाथ से भाई.
Ace King with Sameer on the button.
Action तो आएगा ही.
भाई तो blind कॉल करने लगा. ये भी क्या है?
Yeah. Action.
Sameer waking up with a premium hand, ace king offsuit on the button. I believe this is going to be like a top 5% of the hands.
Absolutely. I mean, I really don't see him going anywhere with that hand and ace 6 on the small blind with Mahesh. We may see some action. I'm not sure how Mahesh is going to approach this hand. But at this point in time, we have seen a pretty sizable raise of 3 big blinds.
And that we see Mahesh fold a6 off because of that sizing.
Yep, absolutely, because
when you
Mahesh
go-
could have been a little more creative if Sameer decided to keep standard sizing of about 2.2 big blinds there. By just going 3 big blinds, you're basically forcing your opponents to fold a lot of hands that you could get potential action from, which you dominate.
Yeah. Like you got to give your opponent a rope to do mistakes. When you go 3x, you're already scaring them off. And A, you are scaring them yourself. B, the money's scaring them too.
Yep.
So, bit of misstep by Sameer, opening 3x there. First time opening with that sizing. We've seen him open 2x, 2.5x, 2.2x, but 3x, I think it's too much on the button, especially with a strong hand like ace king.
Will all in?
Arjun finally going
Did you
all
see his
in.
cards?
I mean, we haven't seen his cards. Can we please see his cards, ladies and gentlemen? Please, I'd
Do you
love
think
to
he's
see.
gonna have a 3 in it?
I think it has pocket 3s.
Ace 3.
Arjun does have king 10 here.
Damn it, no 3.
I think that's what he wanted. That is what he wanted. Sameer doesn't really have much to call with. This 8 deuce.
A key timing for Arjun to pick up a good hand to shove with, because the next hand he's the big blind and he's going to
Absolutely.
put a lot of his stack inside.
Oh, he's gonna get a call. We're gonna see the showdown again between Kanishka and Arjun. I mean, it was last time it was King Queen versus King 10, and Arjun actually hit his 10 that time around on the turn. But Kanishka's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
He's got about 2.2, 2.3 big blinds to call. Easiest decision for him. Just wants to make sure he knows the count.
Hello, Prajat. We've seen something that, that we like to have your views on.
No, I'm guessing there's a mistake with the graphic. He's not folded yet.
What
The
it
graphic
is?
suggested fold, and you can see the split screen between.
Alrighty. You can
Yeah,
put back
I mean-
the glasses.
Yeah,
So for those who cannot watch us, Prajat literally took off his glasses
yeah. Because
because
for a second I thought that Kanishka had folded, and he's done the right thing, and he's way ahead. The last time around we saw the clash of King Queen versus King 10, with the 10 being spiked on the turn. Can Arjun we still spike the 10 on the turn? He cannot river a 10, and a 10 only is going to help our man. This time around, Kanishka.
and
Kanishka
both
taking
of
it
my
down.
picks
Yeah.
are out, and both of your picks
That's
are
it.
already in.
That's it. We've wrapped our competition as well. I'm going to
there's
see you
another one
tomorrow.
going on as well.
Yeah, I'm going to see you tomorrow for the next one. But this time around, I've sealed the deal. And
Yeah, so I just saw one card. And then I was like, chill, call. Then he sort of keen, I was like, this is not good for me. And then I pulled the other card. And
that was Kanishka picking up some chips, and that was Arjun Veer getting eliminated in 5th position.
For 2.72 lakhs.
Now look at the jump now, 80,000 rupees of a jump, and everyone is guaranteed 3,52,000 there.
For a buy-in of 25,000, I'll say it's a
Absolutely.
good day.
Absolutely. That's about 14, 15 times your investment. Brilliant return.
For a
in 2
day
days.
of
Yeah.
work, or maybe 2. I mean, I'll take it.
Yeah, who won't?
I'm not sure about you, but I'll take it.
sure.
There we have it, guys. We started with 8 players on this final table of the kickoff event at the Indian Poker Championship Megastacks, and we're down to 4.
80 total. Total 80. 40 more.
We've got Harsh in the mix, Mahesh in the mix, Kanishka, and our chip leaders, Sameer Agarwal, dominating that table.
We've got 2 known pros,
Absolutely.
1 wild card, and 1 semi-pro, I believe. I'm gonna put Sameer as semi-pro.
Absolutely.
like-
Considering he's recently started and he's also done really, really well, he does fall into that pro, semi-pro category. And he's a regular now. I saw him in a couple of... There were other live events that were happening, and I remember commentating in the past as well on his feature table, and I also met him there, and he also had a deep run there as well. So you really can't take much away from him. He's been putting in the time, putting in the effort, and the results are showing now. Sameer on the big blind with 5-3, Kanishka on the small blind with Queen 8. Kanishka just limped in, and a quick check by Sameer. The board brings a gut shot for Sameer there, but it's an ace high board, and Kanishka will have a pretty mixed range of limping and raising from the small blind. So in terms of repping ace X's, Kanishka should have the range advantage there, and Sameer won't really have a lot of ace X's that he's going to check behind with.
Yeah.
Especially not the good ones from the big blind. He'd like to apply pressure on Kanishka, considering he's a chip lead as well. So
I mean, Sameer can have, like a weak ace-x, but not many ace-x, as you said. And goes same for Kanishka. If Kanishka has like strong ace-x, he's going to raise free. So the equity is probably divided half between those two. It just depends on who makes the first move.
I can,
do a chip count and get
I can hear the talk between the players here. They're all going for a chip count, and they're most likely going to see some ICM chop numbers at this point in time. That does not mean, ladies and gentlemen, that the play has to stop. Even if they do decide to go in for a chop, we will still play it down to the winner, because the trophy would be given to the person who comes first. But at this point in time, based on what their exact chip counts are, numbers are something that they will all at least would want to see right now to understand where they are. What's the kind of money that they could lock up right now?
Yeah.
so judgment laga.
And both the players, I'm not sure about the other two, but I'm pretty sure Harsh and Kanishka do want to jump in the high roller.
Yep.
So that would incentivize them to make the deal.
Definitely.
We do not see pros making the deals because they would love to play, especially because they have the edge. But right now what they're thinking is, look, we've secured this amount of money. Now we want to play the high roller. So let's just lock up the numbers and we will just directly jump in the high roller.
Yeah, I mean, they would still have to play down to the trophy.
Yeah.
But sometimes we see the play actually speeds up a bit after a deal has been made, because you know that, listen, I'm assured this much amount of money. It is better than the 4th position money, definitely, because when we go for an ICM chop, you would realize that the 4th position player, which is guaranteed 3,52,000, would definitely get a little more than that. They will most likely pause the tournament, and maybe the tournament director will come in and show them the ICM numbers based on their chip stack.
Pause the clock to see numbers. Is that allowed? Yeah. Yeah. Chip count to bhi kar lo na fataफट.
This hand has been taken down by Kanishka there, and he has moved up to 1.6 million. They're all basically counting their chips just to be on the same page.
I think everyone's got like a similar stack around ranging from 1.5 million to 2.2.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's going to be
There we
here. We
go.
can see Mahesh with 17 bigs, but he's still got a 1.4 million chip stack, and 1.6 million with Kanishka, 1.6 million with Harsh, and Sameer. Even though he has a chip lead, but one double up if he gives to somebody, he may be coming 4th, and the other guy could become 1st, right? So he has to take that into consideration as well. It's not like everyone's really deep. Everyone is under 30 big blinds, right? So,
and the stack sizes are very close.
He's basically at 2.2. He's basically at 2.2 million right now. So, all of these chips are really, really close. It's 1.4 million, 1.6, 1.6, and 2.2 million as well, right?
Yeah.
So, basically, you would not basically get a big difference in terms of the payouts right now, which is beneficial for a lot of players. Let's say Sameer had a massive chip lead. Let's say the 3 players were at 1 million approximately, and Sameer was somewhere at 3 or 4 million. At that point in time, doing a deal for Sameer wouldn't really make sense, because even if he wanted to consider a deal, he may do it 3-handed or in a heads-up situation. 4-way deal would not be beneficial for somebody who's actually with a massive chip lead. At this point in time, we see that is not the case. Sameer doesn't really have a 2-to-1 chip lead there. All of them are between, there's only one player that is under 20 big blinds, two players at 20 big blinds, and Sameer is at about 27, 28 big blinds. So at this point in time, I wouldn't be surprised if they at least lock up the ICM numbers.
Yeah.
And once they do lock up the ICM numbers, they would still play down for the first, second, third, fourth position.
Yeah.
But the payouts won't really make a difference then. The payouts would be frozen at this point in time. They'd still play for the trophy.
They can leave like a 50,000 or like 1 lakh rupees on the side just
Usually
to
players
add
do
a little
that
bit of
as well.
fun.
Yes. Usually players do that as well. They leave a token amount for the winner to take back home, right, along with the trophy. But at the end of the day, it's comforting for a lot of players to know that, listen, now I can play poker, knowing the fact that even if I come fourth, I get paid better, and I've frozen that amount. And it basically happens based on what your current position is. You lock that up, and Sameer will be happy knowing the fact that he would eventually take back more money than the other 3 players, more money than the other 229 players that came into the tournament, but he would still have to fight for the trophy. Would you, being the chip leader in this sort of a dynamic, be willing to look at the numbers, trying to look at the deal right now? What's your thought?
I mean, it depends if I want to play the high roller or not. If I don't want to play the high roller, I would like to play, but the stack distribution is like that. Like, I really wouldn't have that much of an edge when it comes to stack distribution.
Yeah.
But if I believe that I have the skill edge, I would love to play even if I'm not the chip leader. If I can, I think I can beat all the three guys. I would still love to play.
Absolutely.
It all depends on what are your priority. Playing the high roller, taking the trophy down.
Absolutely. And just to give you guys a quick update, the clock has been paused.
Yeah.
And the 4 remaining players are talking with the tournament director, looking at their exact chip counts, and based on that, the tournament director is going to present them with the ICM chop numbers, right? While they have a look at that, I'm just going to give you a quick recap of exactly what's happened in this kickoff tournament. We saw 226 entries with a total prize pool of 56 lakh 50,000 rupees. In the money came 29 players who started play today at 1 p.m. and they've been playing consistently down. Now we're down to 4 players. This final table started streaming when we had 8 players left. The top prize that we're talking about right now is 13.3 lakh rupees, and we're down to 4 players in Kanishka and the chip leader Sameer.
We've got
Harsh
and Mahesh.
Mahesh, who's been so consistent.
Yeah.
He's lost chips, he's won chips, and he's still been in there. And now I believe if they look at the numbers, that's the time for them to get rewarded.
I think around 30 lakhs is still left in the prize pool, and if there's 4 of them, I think Sameer's going to take 10 lakhs if they take an ICM deal on top of my head, and Kanishka and I believe Harsh are going to have the same amount because they have the same
around
stack
8
size.
lakhs and then about 6 lakhs for the 4th position player.
Probably-
Approximate numbers.
Prob-
7.5,
yeah,
7.5
something
and
around that,
6,
something
right?
around that.
4th position, instead of getting 3.5 lakhs,
He'll
would
get around
benefit the most.
4.5, maybe 5.
Yes, would benefit the most
yeah.
with, I believe it could be around 5.5 lakhs as well from 3.5.
So it's
in terms
like
of a
10
jump.
for Sameer, 5.5, and then 7.5,
7.5 there for those two guys in between. And from that point of view, listen, it's sometimes very, very beneficial for the guy who's coming fourth and not too beneficial. From the outlook, from you guys looking there and thinking whether Sameer should be taking a deal for 10 lakhs instead of just securing 13 lakhs. Here's the thing. 10 lakhs in hand is much better than expecting yourself to win 13 lakhs sometimes, because it's not like you have a massive chip lead, and you also are competing against other players who are brilliant at what they do, right? You yourself are great, but sometimes things are not in your control, and instead of you locking up that 10 lakh, you could just come third or even fourth. Sometimes we've seen that happen, coming from chip lead, giving one double up to somebody, and then just becoming fourth position and getting coolered out and just maybe getting 3.5 lakhs instead of 13 that you were expecting.
But you got to be okay with it. If you're making the call, hey, look, I am better than the rest 3. You gotta be okay with it. If you come fourth, you come with like 4.5 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 3.5 lakhs. You gotta be okay with it because you made the call. You backed yourself. You don't have to put yourself down. Hey, I could have taken up 10 lakhs, but right now I'm walking with 3.5 lakhs. It all comes out to the skill level that you put yourself in. But you gotta be really honest. Do I have an edge? If I'm playing with Kanishka, if I'm playing with Harsh, I do not think I have an edge because I mean they probably have a better edge than me.
Yeah. And that's what maybe Sameer is also contemplating at this 100%. Point in time, right? Listen here, I've got the chips in hand. Do I have the edge at this point in time? Do I really want to dominate the table and take it down to a heads-up situation? And would I be able to crack and close this tournament for myself? If I can, then I'd want to continue. Right? If I can't, then I want to consider what kind of a chip lead do I have in the first place. It's not a huge one, right? Yeah. So considering that, I believe they should or could go for the deal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's even, so, it's not just about the chip leader there. a great player like a Harsh or a Kanishka would also be thinking, listen, I'm not too far away from the chip lead. Do I want to lock this money up or do I want to continue playing? Can I take some chips from Sameer and then maybe start dominating the table?
Yep.
That's also thoughts that they have. But considering how they've been watching and viewing Sameer play, Sameer is a very solid player. And he's also not giving much away, right? So he's also not shown that he's a pushover and you could take chips from me. Since he's had the chip lead all throughout, he came in with a decent stack, and he has continued to have a brilliant stack, and he's only chipped up, except for that one hand where he just underplayed ace jack and then queen's jam from the big blind, and he snap called with ace jack, knowing that he was under repped and lost a hand to queens, but really can't do much.
I mean, it was just a setup. Ace jack versus queen, blind on blind. I think if the action was folded to Sameer, he would have lost the same amount of chips that he lost.
Yeah.
It
was one of those hands where Kanishka opened jack 9 and he flatted from the small blind with ace jack and then queen's jam from the big blind, trying to apply pressure, and he snap called.
I mean, he can't literally fold ace jack there because the big blind is going to be jamming inferior aces.
Yeah.
But the main part to look in the final four is that if I am Sameer, I'm taking the deal. If I'm Kanishka or Harsh, I'm not taking the deal.
Yep. I've been just told by our production team that the players are willing to go into a deal, and for that they've requested to take a small break. We will see on the other side of the action, guys. The tournament is not over. The deal is just made in terms of the ICM numbers. The tournament is still going to continue. We're still going to play for the winning position. The first, second, third, fourth players will be declared, and we may still have some more money to play for. The exact dynamics of the deal will be revealed to you on the other side of this break. I'll see you around, guys.
This game may be habit forming or financially risky. Play responsibly.
Hi guys. Well, it's been 2 years since we met. Miss to kiya hi hoga. Well, we also missed you guys. But guess what? Now we are back. Well, in the lap of Himalayas at the beautiful district Jhapa, the gorgeous Nepal. It's India Poker Championship Megastacks 2022. So here we are at the Casino Vegas of Big Daddy, where all the action is going to take place. Also, don't forget to join me at the pool party on 19th of May, which is Thursday. Spartan Poker and IPC are waiting for you. What are you guys waiting for? Well, come and get in the game. India Poker Championship Megastacks 2022 is here. We have an exciting lineup of live events spread over 7 days, offering guaranteed colossal prize pool worth 3.5 crores with 4 top-notch events, along with some satellite packages, free rolls worth rupees 70 lakhs. Let the battle begin. Get in the game.
This game may be habit forming or financially risky. Play responsibly.
Hi guys. Well, it's been 2 years since we met. Miss to kiya hi hoga. Well, we also missed you guys. But guess what? Now we are back. Well, in the lap of Himalayas at the beautiful district Jhapa, the gorgeous Nepal. It's India Poker Championship Megastacks 2022. So here we are at the Casino Vegas of Big Daddy, where all the action is going to take place. Also, don't forget to join me at the pool party on 19th of May, which is Thursday. Spartan Poker and IPC are waiting for you. What are you guys waiting for? Well, come and get in the game. India Poker Championship Megastacks 2022 is here. We have an exciting lineup of live events spread over 7 days, offering guaranteed colossal prize pool worth 3.5 crores with 4 top-notch events, along with some satellite packages, free rolls worth rupees 70 lakhs. Let the battle begin. Get in the game.
This game may be habit forming or financially risky. Play responsibly.
Hi guys. Well, it's been 2 years since we met. Miss to kiya hi hoga. Well, we also missed you guys. But guess what? Now we are back. Well, in the lap of Himalayas at the beautiful district Jhapa, the gorgeous Nepal. It's India Poker Championship Megastacks 2022. So here we are at the Casino Vegas of Big Daddy, where all the action is going to take place. Also, don't forget to join me at the pool party on 19th of May, which is Thursday. Spartan Poker and IPC are waiting for you. What are you guys waiting for? Well, come and get in the game. India Poker Championship Megastacks 2022 is here. We have an exciting lineup of live events spread over 7 days, offering guaranteed colossal prize pool worth 3.5 crores with 4 top-notch events, along with some satellite packages, free rolls worth rupees 70 lakhs. Let the battle begin. Get in the game.
अरे कपड़ा तो पहना हूँ, ये रॉन्ग म्यूजिक है। कौनो फिरकी ले रहा है। ये हमरा प्रॉपर्टी है, ये हमरा प्रॉपर्टी है।
ओए ओए खा पी के,
हाँ?
ये तुम्हारी प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है, ये आईपीसी की ट्रॉफी है।
देखिए भाई साहब,
हाँ?
इसको जीतने के लिए आपको खेलना पड़ेगा एक अद्भुत खेल, पोकर। पोकर समझते हैं ना? पोकर। आए।
अच्छा, ये पोकर का होता है। इन लोगों का हाथ पकड़ के डाउनलोड कर लेते हैं ससुरा।
समझ गए भाई साहब। आए।
हम खेलेगा।
तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं अपना पहला पड़ाव।
अरे ये क्या कर रहे हो? कहाँ बैठे हो? किसके साथ खेल रहे हो? कंट्रोल
कंट्रोल खुदाई कंट्रोल।
किसकी चांस है?
मजनू आली रे आली, हता तुझी बारी आली। अबे मुर्गी के कौन है बे तू? जिस पे है दम पत्ते लगाओ किंग हम। अबे किंगडम की थर्ड कॉपी। तेरी तकदीर अच्छी है, क्योंकि जिस दिन अपन चिप्स उठाता है उस दिन गन नहीं उठाता, वरना अभी तक तो तेरी वाट लग चुकी होती।
स्वागत नहीं करोगे हमारा?
अरे भाई वेलकम वेलकम।
ये क्या है?
लाइव पोकर पेंटिंग। अरे इसी के लिए तो मैंने सब फुलझड़ी को बुलाया है।
अच्छा, कमाल करते हो यार।
झकास।
सर रेखा।
रेखा किधर है? रेखा रेखा।
अरे रेखा के आगे रखिए ना सर।
आए? जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल रखेंगे, क्यों नहीं रखेंगे। हाँ वैसे आपने भी अच्छी राय दी है। समझ गए कि नहीं समझे? समझ गए आप तो। अरे ये सब तो चाय कम पानी है। गॉड फोल्ड ऑल इन।
इसका हाथ।
डॉन का पकड़ना मुश्किल नहीं, नामुमकिन है। मगर भाई साहब, ओ भाई साहब, ओ मगर असली डॉन तो मैं।
ठप्पा कहाँ है? कहाँ है ठप्पा? ठप्पा कहाँ है? कहाँ है ठप्पा?
पता नहीं, इनको मजाक सोच रहा है, मैं हार रहा हूँ।
ये ससुरा फिरकी ले रहा है का?
कब आएंगे अच्छे पत्ते? सुबह से ना किंग बटा है ना बटा है आधा है।
तो फिर फाड़ के फेंक दो एक गड्डी और पहन लो लूजर का पट्टा अपने गले में।
अरे लूजर बोला? अरे मुझे गुस्सा आता तो मैं क्या करता हूँ, बता इसे जरा।
मेरा एक हाथ नकली है, मैं पोकर का बहुत बड़ा खिलाड़ी था, लेकिन भाई ने एक दिन टिल पे आके दांतों से मेरा हाथ काट दिया, लेकिन दिल के बहुत अच्छे
कभी कभी कुछ जीतने के लिए कुछ हारना भी पड़ता है, और हार कर जीतने वाले को
स्पार्टन कहते हैं।
अबे बिना रेक के हाउस गेम, तू क्या खर्चा पानी? डर गया?
अरे ये तो लुल प्लेयर है। ये रहा हमरा कॉल।
ब्लफ था।
हमरा कलर है, हमरा कलर है।
अरे ये तो मेरी गेम बजाने में लगा।
जीत गया हम।
बहुत ही उम्दा खेल रहे हैं आप जी।
पोकर में कलर नहीं, फ्लश बोलते हैं।
बोलो जुबा पोकरी। अनोखा स्वाद, क्या बात है। चलिए खेलिए। हाँ खेलिए, वेरी गुड। ला 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 ला।
ये मेरा कॉल। थप्पड़ से डर लगता है। सेल्फ डिफेंस। अबे सुन, हम तुमको इतना ब्लफ करेंगे, कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे कि मग कहां से करें और कहां से।
अच्छे पत्ते आ गए पापा। नट्स है। गोल। I win.
कॉल पे कॉल मिलता है माय लॉर्ड, लेकिन पॉट नहीं मिलता।
बहुत नहीं मिलता। मैं आज भी फेंके हुए चिप्स नहीं उठाता।
ले लीजिए ना सर।
नो क्यों टाक? नो मीन्स नो। कोई बात नहीं, मैं उठा लेता हूं। मुझे हैंडपंप लगवाना है। यह अशरफ अली का श्राप है। और जब यह 2.5 किलो का हाथ किसी पे पड़ेगा ना।
अरे लुल ससुरा, तुम अपना हाथ दो।
हाथा बाजी सटकली।
अरे तेरी, अरे कैसन गोला है, यहाँ तो कौनो हाथे नहीं पकड़ने देते ससुरा। का करें दादाजी? लो हाथ दो। हाँ हाथ दो।
जाओ पहले उस आदमी को पकड़ो जिसने मेरे हाथ में ये लिख दिया। अरे भगवान का दिया हुआ सब कुछ है। दौलत है, शोहरत है, इज्जत है। कोविड अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है। सॉरी। बस बिग डैडी पर जाकर आईपीसी का टाइटल मिल जाए। मुझे लगता है आप घोड़ों की रेस में गधे भी दौड़ेंगे। अरे मजनू, चलता है तू मुझसे। कंट्रोल खुदाई कंट्रोल। बिग डैडी सुन के गोवा समझे क्या? गोवा नहीं, नेपाल है। आईपीसी फायर है। गेट इन द गेम साला।
This game may be habit forming or financially risky. Play responsibly.
How's it going, guys? Like we said, the players were in the process of making a deal, and that's exactly why we had that break. The players have completed the deal. They've all signed it off, and at this point in time, the ICM chop has been declared. We're going to go back to the table, but we'll give you more information about exactly who's locked in what amount. But we know one thing for a fact, that 2 lakh rupees has been kept aside to play for the top spot.
Yep.
The top player would not just win the trophy, but the additional 2 lakh on top of the deal that they've already discussed.
Yeah. We do have approx numbers, but this is not exact numbers. Sameer has logged in around 10 lakhs. Kanishka and Harsh is around 7 lakhs.
Yes.
And we have Mahesh logging in for 5 lakhs.
Yes.
5.5.
A little more than five and a half, and then 50,000 has been taken aside from each player's winning pool to make a top sum of 2 lakhs. And whoever the winner is would take that additional 2 lakh back home as well, along with that beautiful trophy of the kick-off event.
Well, 2 bullets for the high roller, I would say, for the winner.
Absolutely. Additional 2 bullets available.
2 more bullets, I would say. Guys, we know that the deal has been made, but it doesn't mean that the players do not have pressure. Still, if they come on the first position, they're gonna get extra 2 lakh rupees, which is a major chunk, I would believe, for all the players.
Sameer raising it up from under the gun, 400. Mahesh on the button with Queen 9. Knows that he's locked up some money. Sometimes I've seen people actually change their overall outlook and their strategy towards poker when they basically know that they have some amount of money locked up already. And there was a call.
One person who was all quiet during the deal making was Mahesh. He was like, I'm happy with whatever I am. I've had a good experience playing poker here in IPC, in Vegas Casino, in Nepal.
The board is 10-7 King.
Harsh making that remark that trophy matter karti hai, sir.
Ji, bilkul, and that's a beautiful board for Sameer there. Yeah, it's such a lovely board for Sameer. He's got 2 diamonds on that board. Another 10 repeats. Another 7 repeats.
$180.
Bet 180.
And Sameer is trying to put in 1,80,000. And a quick fall by. Actually, Sameer folding there, and the bet was from Mahesh. A slight glitch with the graphics here. We're gonna have a look at exactly what happened. But moving on to the next hand, with that Mahesh chipping up to 1.9 million and Sameer at 2 million. Both of them pretty close to the top, the chip lead spot.
No matter how rich Sameer has become, he hasn't forgotten his old friends, old people that he has come across. I met him during the break and he instantly recognizing me that it's been a long time that we both saw each other. So the man hasn't changed even after winning a lot of money, I would say.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the thing with poker.
Yeah. And that tells you about the person as well, you know. It's all about your personality than the money that you have in your bank account.
Yes, Harsh on the button with 1.4 million chips.
160.
Raising it up to 2 big blinds.
160.
All right, we're going to see some fireworks in this hand.
Yep.
I can call them out right now. The deal's been made. Kanishka has picked up pocket queens. Harsh has a very strong hand for a starting hand, which is under 20 big blinds. They both have 1.3 million.
Yep.
And Harsh has raised to 2 big blinds. Kanishka is most likely going to raise or go all in here. And Harsh,
we'll call.
I won't really blame him for calling here.
Yeah,
Ace Jack is a very strong hand.
You're opening Ace Jack on the button and small blind is shoving on you. So Ace Jack just is the premium hand. There is not much of an ICM pressure. All of them are like equal stacks now. So I don't see Harsh getting away with Ace Jack off here.
Kanishka opting to make a raise.
475 total.
Exactly 3 times. 480 would have been 3. It's 475 right now. It's virtually 3x of the initial open. He's left himself behind with around 900,000 chips. I mean, this obviously looks really, really, really strong from Kanishka's point of view.
But
you know what I mean?
Kanishka is sort of a player that he has going to have enough gloves here when he's choosing to 3-bet. I wouldn't be surprised if Harsh decides to move all in here or decides to call. One thing I don't want to see Harsh doing is fold. So either call or like 4-bet rip in. Then that's like the GTO approach. Folding, I believe, is not. He's in a tank, guys. Harsh with Ace Jack off on the button. Facing a 3-bet from small blind, Kanishka Samant.
He has gone all in, and Kanishka is definitely going to make a call, and it's Ace Jack versus pocket queens. At this point in time, both of them are all in. I'm not really sure who's at risk. Actually, they have identical stacks at 1.4 million. We'll have to see exactly who's at risk here. But listen, guys, whoever wins this spot, the other player is definitely either busted or crippled in this particular tournament, virtually taking down the 4th position spot. It's queens versus Ace Jack. Let's see the flop, guys. The flop is 10 high, very good board for pocket queens. Another 10 on the board, an ace, and an ace only is something that is going to help Harsh there. And it's not to be. I think they're going to have a chip count. And with that, Kanishka. And with that, Kanishka actually doubles up to 2.9 million, and Harsh is still left with 55,000, which is essentially a little more than half a big blind.
Well, a chip and a chair. Yeah. We've all heard it before.
He does have a chip and a chair. Let's see if we can run it up from here. Did that rhyme? Yeah.
Dealer making sure that he has the right amount of chips.
Yeah, just double checking it. Listen, the graphics can sometimes be wrong, but the dealer is there to physically check exactly what the total chip count is, and then obviously give the exact chips to Kanishka, and the remainder of the chips, if anything, remains back to Harsh. Listen, again, with the kind of stack depth they had, Ace Jack, standard open, in fact a very strong open, and when you see more, and when you face a 3-bet, you're not going to go away and start folding Ace Jack there, because if you start doing something like that, you're going to be really exploited by your opponents, and you don't want that, right? So he ripped it in with his Ace Jack, knowing that Kanishka will have a lot of weaker hands to do this with as well, and then Kanishka at this point in time had queens,
had the
man,
goods, had the goods,
and showed the goods, and the goods held. He needling. I can actually hear Harsh needling Kanishka, saying, "Damn, you're playing so tight."
showing me queens, kings.
Yeah.
The thing is, even if they didn't make a deal, the chips would have gone in.
Absolutely.
Kanishka just told him that even if you didn't make the deal, you would have done the same thing. So don't be upset.
Oh, what do you mean? अच्छा उनका अच्छा मैं कैसे बोल सकता है? I mean, like that's not right. Ready to call, sir? I can't really say that.
Harsh is virtually all in there. I don't even know if he's seen his hand, and Kanishka's basically woken up with ace queen there.
I don't think he needs to see his hand.
Yeah.
Ace queen. Surprising here that Kanishka just calls, yeah.
Yeah.
Like ace king with he's just literally limping with ace queen.
And that's an ace king with Sameer. Kanishka's hand is so extremely under-wrapped here. Sameer is obviously going to try and amp this spot up and bloat it with some chips.
The fuck? What is scammer? Line do man. Bro, इससे में तो चुरत दिया है भाई. चल यार तू पिलाएगा हाथ में. Come on.
Jack 3 Mahesh is going to get out of the way, and Sameer has raised to 325,000 chips, and Kanishka is actually, his hand is really under-wrapped.
I think Kanishka is just going to flat call here.
Yeah.
No point raising it up. He knows that Sameer is not going to go out of line. One player is already all in.
Yeah, one thing that I really want to see is what does Harsh have here. We've not been able to see what his hand is, and he's obviously anticipating a triple up at least.
What are the chances that he's going to have aces here? There's two aces out. I really want Harsh to have jacks here. Pocket jacks.
Call.
Kanishka is an experienced player. He knows that there is no merits of re-raising Sameer. And when he flat calls, I don't think Sameer is incentivized to bluff here. He's actually going to... Like, there is going to be a side pot here because Harsh is going to be all in for 55k.
No, that's what I thought, no? You know what I'm saying? I said Harsh का blind all in आ रहा है. Okay, यार हुआ तो हुआ, देखते क्या होता है भाई. Chalo, one player all in.
We see an
Board
ace high board.
This is trouble for Kanishka. His hand is still under-wrapped. He's just called. Ace Queen is an extremely strong hand in this situation. Yeah, so the action is on Sameer. It's an ace high board. Wow. Listen, I'm gonna start saying bye to Harsh unless he has 4-7. But
I mean,
we still don't know what he has. Listen.
He bets 500,000 in a pot of 800.
1 million पीछे पड़ा है उनके पास. 500,000 का bet है, and this guy Kanishka is like, और कितना पड़ा है पीछे? Should I be just calling? Should I just be calling this 500,000 and bloating the pot, or should I just call you all in right here and get paid?
ऐसा क्या? ऐसा
8 लाख के pot में उन्होंने 5 लाख डाल दिया है, and this is where Kanishka is gonna try and read out what Sameer has.
That's what. See, he's not able to believe what's happening in front of him right now. He's consistently and constantly asking. He's gone all in and a call, and it's ace queen versus ace king.
Looks like I'm dead.
No. Okay, we need a queen. Oh, kind of much.
Okay.
Anyway, at this point in time, Sameer is at risk.
Open-ended. Harsh has open-ended here. So 5-6.
Oh my God. I mean, still the side pot is going to have very little significance here, but
Kanishka calling out cards.
if there's a queen,
Queen?
we're going to see.
Nice.
There we go.
And We lose Harsh there, definitely in fourth position. We can't blame that man. Listen, he played some beautiful poker. But at this point in time, Sameer has taken a massive chip lead over the other two opponents. And Kanishka has been dwindled down to 1 million chips there. Really can't blame him. His hand was under-repped throughout. And he can't really believe that his opponent Sameer woke up with Ace-King at that point in time. Ace-King versus Ace-King on an Ace-High board, Ace-4-7. What are you going to do there?
I honestly don't know because Sameer's gonna have Ace Jack there, Ace 10
Absolutely.
there, Ace King. I mean, and even if you call 500, what are you gonna do on the turn? You've got
Absolutely.
you've got like 1 million chips behind. What are you actually gonna do?
These were the original payouts that we had, but at this point in time, the deal has been made
In any case,
in
I
this
think the money is
tournament.
going
The
in,
third
right?
position
Ace-King
place
400.
is guaranteed 5 lakh plus.
I mean, I just thought you really bust him. Yeah, we have bust him. Yeah.
The dealer making sure that exactly the correct chips are being pushed in Sameer's direction.
Alright.
Sameer obviously looking really, really happy there.
Massive chip lead now for Sameer.
He's got 4 million chips now.
Exactly. It would
And
have gone in
Kanishka has
anyway.
one.
Yeah.
What about Mahesh?
Kanishka's left with 1 million, and I believe Mahesh will have somewhere close to 1.8 million
Have it.
chips.
I'm like, Ace Jack dikha de, bhai.
See, he's putting him on Ace Jack. He's like Ace Jack, Ace 10.
I mean, I can't call. मेरे को भी लगा pocket 7 से कुछ होगा. Set लग गया. I can't call 500 there, right?
Big blind, sir. 80.
I think Kanishka could have taken more time. I still think the money is still going in, but that decision at that time needed some more time, more thought process. This is where actually like staring or talking to your opponent helps in finding a read. And Sameer looked really confident when he bet that flop. Mahesh has 1.7, Kanishka has 1, and Sameer has 4 million chips.
Now,
Call. Option, sir. Check. Heads up. Check or bet. Check. Check. Check or bet. Bet 80.
ladies and gentlemen, we actually have the exact deal numbers for you. Mahesh locked in 6,65,000. Harsh with 7,69,000. Kanishka with 7,24,000. And Sameer took down 10,37,000. But the catch here is all of them are willing to contribute 50,000 each from their winnings to create a pool of 2 lakh who the winner will take. So the effective winnings would be these numbers subtracted by 50,000 rupees.
So Harsh has cashed out for like 7,19,000.
Absolutely. So what I'm trying to explain is that if Kanishka wins, he's definitely going to get 7,24,000, but we'll have to subtract 50,000 from it, but add 2 lakh on top of it, right? So there's a big possibility that both Mahesh or Kanishka could add a huge chunk to the winning amount.
You know, Prajit, we've forgotten that you lost your bonus. Your picks wouldn't finish first and second. So that's a little bit of relief for me.
Oh, I thought it was about the last man standing.
No, it was like the first and the second. You still won the main one, but not the bonus. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, oh wow, he calls with king high. So the action went in flop 1 check, and Kanishka led the turn, and we saw Mahesh call. And river, Kanishka check called on the river. The viewers at home might be surprised that Kanishka called there with king high, but blind on blind situation, when the ranges are so wide, the bluffs increase compared to the value. I still wouldn't have called with king high, especially against Mahesh, because he has not gotten out of the line in the whole final table that we've watched.
Yeah, also considering he called on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely had something that he checked flop, called turn, and then deciding to bet the river.
Deuces for Mahesh with 2.2 million in hand.
And the final three on your screen right now. In the yellow, we have Mahesh. In the grey, it's Kanishka. And in the black, we have Sameer.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, Kanishka is the shortest stack.
Up.
Mahesh shipping up to 2.5 million. What a good run for this man as well.
Yeah.
100, sir.
Yeah, no. I mean,
100 to call, sir. 1 lakh to call.
Action on Kanishka. He has gone all in. Sameer with
5, 6.
a beautiful looking hand in Jack 10 of spades. He's already asked for the count. He's looking for a rough estimate. We know for a fact that he's got close to 550,000 chips.
Pura le le, I don't know how much.
It's if he's got around 540, so that's 5 bigs, and we'll probably see Sameer call it off with Jack 10 suited.
540.
I mean, Sameer's got 37 bigs there.
Call.
And he does make that call.
Good
Only
luck.
best.
Oh, Mahesh folded a 10. And Kanishka, can we see his hand? We still don't know what Kanishka's hand is.
We're building a little bit of suspense for the viewers.
It's
7-4 suited.
7-4. And 2 clubs. There is a 10 on the board, but it's a club.
Yeah.
There we go. Double up for Kanishka.
The queen of clubs on the river. Saving Kanishka there. He now again chips up to 1.3 million.
Over boils. You know what I'm saying?
540, 11 plus 2 big blinds. 13 big blind आ गया.
Okay, अभी.
मैं अपना small blind डालूँ ये मत मांग लेना.
Big blind anti, sir. 100.
If you're surprised to see Kanishka shoving 7-4 suited there, well, he is going to be big blind, so he would have lost 200k there straight away. So he had to literally go all in with any 2 suited cards. We see Sameer on the button with Queen 9 offsuit.
Raise 200.
And he elects to raise to 200,000 from the button.
Hold it. Total 200, sir. 100 on top. Call.
Kanishka defending his big blind with King 2 suited.
Check.
Sameer taking the lead on the turn, hitting a 9. And river is a king.
Check. Slow down.
Kanishka has 2 pair.
2 pairs. 3 pair.
Kanishka taking down the pot with 2 pair. King and deuces. Builds a stack of 1.5 million. Sameer has 3 million and Mahesh has around 2.5. So it's game on, guys. The final 3 that we have, the winner takes 2 lakh extra on top of the logged amount that they have already signed for.
Small, big blind. Big blind, sir.
Mahesh on the deal button with King Queen off.
100 into 20, 100 blind. 100 is the total 200 then. 100 to call. Against 200.
Mahesh opening up the action on the button with a beautiful hand. King Queen offsuit.
Kanishka has an ace in his hand. 300, an ace in hand is worth a lot more than a lot of people would assume, and he's thinking exactly that. He's also got 15 big blinds. I'm not sure if he wants to really get involved with an ace-2's off with 15 big blinds here. He lets that hand go.
I mean, you can get involved if Sameer opens here, but Mahesh has been on the tighter side since the start of the table, and deuce is actually not a good hand to have in your hand when you're 3-betting somebody. So yeah. Definitely. I was calling you with King Queen off.
King Queenish.
Kanishka rightly guessing Mahesh's holding.
300, no one's dangling so much.
Small, big.
And Mahesh expressing his gratitude towards the speed of the game.
Yeah.
That nobody's tanking. The game is fast. Kanishka having ace-7 off on the button. Having 15 big blinds.
All of it.
Says all of it.
He's gone all in for the remaining 15 big blinds that he has with an ace in his hand and king 4 with Sameer on the small blind.
I'll catch up with you fellows.
And a queen deuce with Mahesh. No action. Kanishka now, he'd gone down to 500,000 chips. He's now up to 1.7 million. Getting close to his opponents.
इतना भी लाइट वेट आ गया यार 2 दिन खेल के इसके लिए डाला था किंग $5 ऑल इन कर दे 100 डिपॉजिट रियली कैसे पहुंचे यहाँ तक तू कैसे पहुंचा हाँ ओके
Having big slick on the button with ace king, having 28 big blinds, chip lead.
Yeah, I mean, he's also lost a few chips there because he gave them back to Kanishka there. But he opens up.
Raj, I do have a question for you. Do you think when people lock in certain amount in a deal, do they lose a bit of focus because they're happy that they won certain amount of money? Because
Absolutely.
you've been in that place.
Absolutely. I mean, yes. But at the same time, listen, for me particularly, it was more about the trophy because when you have locked the money, I didn't lose focus because then I was a little more motivated that, listen, I don't have to be scared about the money anymore. I don't have to be scared about the jumps. I have money locked in and I'm most likely now just going to go play aggressive poker and win the tournament, right? So that was my mindset. A lot of people are only there for the money and for them, it's just, you know, they kind of switch off in their mind and they don't really care much about what's happening. I've seen that happen with a few players as well. But it depends from player to player in my opinion. In this particular hand, like we can see, action is brewing because Kanishka has made the second pair and there's a top pair with Sameer.
Sameer going for a very big bet around in a pot of a 500k. He likes to bet 325.
Yeah.
Kanishka literally can't go anywhere right now. Kanishka rightly saying that even if I'm jam, you're not going anywhere, depicting that he knows how strong Sameer is right now.
He's just trying to get some information and a call.
I have a 9 though. Okay, it does help me. I have queens and 9s.
17%.
All right, it's Queen 9 versus Ace King. Kanishka is at risk now because if he wins this hand, if Sameer is going to be and there's a Jack of Hearts. Listen, that's where we lose Kanishka here. Kanishka has taken the 3rd position, but listen, he actually took down the money previously and he must be a happy man, a proud man. He's really, really quickly going to just jump into the high roller now. I know that for a fact. He's been urging and etching to play the high roller, but at this point in time, it's now between the 2 guys, Sameer
and Mahesh. Mahesh, our original chip leader.
Absolutely.
When we started the final table, he had the chip lead. And I think we are going to take some time and set up the final table for heads up.
Absolutely. We're going to have a photo op as well, I believe, between the 2 guys. And they're going to be playing for that trophy and the 2 lakh up top.
The winner gets 2 lakhs. The loser get some money, but not that extra 2 lakhs.
We're gonna go heads up action on the other side of the break, but at this point in time, we're gonna have to take a break, guys. We'll see you on the other side.
अरे कपड़ा तो पहना हूँ, ये रॉन्ग म्यूजिक है। कौनो फिरकी ले रहा है। ये हमरा प्रॉपर्टी है, ये हमरा प्रॉपर्टी है।
ओए ओए खा पी के,
हाँ?
ये तुम्हारी प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है, ये आईपीसी की ट्रॉफी है। देखिए भाई साहब,
हाँ?
इसको जीतने के लिए आपको खेलना पड़ेगा एक अद्भुत खेल, पोकर। पोकर समझते हैं ना? पोकर। आए।
अच्छा, ये पोकर का होता है। इन लोगन का हाथ पकड़ के डाउनलोड कर लेते हैं ससुरा।
समझ गए भाई साहब। आए।
हम खेलेगा, हम खेलेगा।
तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं अपना पहला पड़ाव।
अरे ये क्या कर रहे हो? कहाँ बैठे हो? किसके साथ खेल रहे हो? कंट्रोल कंट्रोल खुदाई कंट्रोल। किसकी चांस है?
मजनू आली रे आली, आता तुझी बारी आली। अबे मुर्गी के कौन है बे तू? जिस पे है दम पत्ते लगाओ किंग हम। अबे किंगडम की थर्ड कॉपी तेरी तकदीर अच्छी है, क्योंकि जिस दिन अपन चिप्स उठाता है उस दिन गन नहीं उठाता, वरना अभी तक तो तेरी वाट लग चुकी होती।
स्वागत नहीं करोगे हमारा?
अरे भाई वेलकम वेलकम।
ये क्या है?
लाइव पोकर पेंटिंग। अरे इसी के लिए तो मैंने सब फुलझड़ी को बुलाया है।
अच्छा, कमाल करते हो यार।
झकास।
सर रेखा।
रेखा किधर है? रेखा रेखा।
अरे रेखा के आगे रखिए ना सर।
आए? जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल रखेंगे, क्यों नहीं रखेंगे। हाँ वैसे आपने भी अच्छी राय दी है। समझ गए कि नहीं समझे? समझ गए आप तो। अरे ये सब तो चाय का पानी है। गॉड फोल्ड ऑल इन।
इसका हाथ।
डॉन का पकड़ना मुश्किल नहीं, नामुमकिन है। मगर भाई साहब, ओ भाई साहब, ओ मगर असली डॉन तो मैं।
ठप्पा कहाँ है? कहाँ है ठप्पा? ठप्पा कहाँ है? कहाँ है ठप्पा?
पता नहीं, इनको मजाक सोच रहा है, मैं हार रहा हूँ।
ये ससुरा फिरकी ले रहा है का?
कब आएंगे अच्छे पत्ते? सुबह से ना किंग बटा है ना बटा है अदर्स।
तो फिर फाड़ के फेंक दो एक गड्डी और पहन लो लूजर का पट्टा अपने गले में।
अरे लूजर बोला? अरे मुझे गुस्सा आता तो मैं क्या करता हूँ, बता इसे जरा।
मेरा एक हाथ नकली है, मैं पोकर का बहुत बड़ा खिलाड़ी था, लेकिन भाई ने एक दिन टिल पे आके दांतों से मेरा हाथ काट दिया, लेकिन दिल के बहुत अच्छे
कभी कभी कुछ जीतने के लिए कुछ हारना भी पड़ता है, और हार कर जीतने वाले को स्मार्ट कहते हैं। अबे बिना रेक के हाउस गेम, तू क्या खर्चा पानी? डर गया?
अरे ये तो लुल प्लेयर है। ये रहा हमरा कॉल।
ब्लफ था।
हमरा कलर है, हमरा कलर है।
अरे ये तो मेरी गेम बजाने में लगा।
जीत गया हम, जीत गया हम।
बहुत ही उम्दा खेल रहे हैं आप जी।
पोकर में कलर नहीं, फ्लश बोलते हैं।
बोलो जुबा पोकरी। अनोखा स्वाद, क्या बात है। चलिए खेलते 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 खेलिए 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 खेलिए। हाँ खेलिए, वेरी गुड। ला 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 ला।
ये मेरा कॉल। थप्पड़ से डर लगता है?
सेल्फ डिफेंस।
अबे सुन, हम तुमको इतना ब्लफ करेंगे, कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे कि मग कहां से करें और कहां से।
अच्छे पत्ते आ गए पापा। नट्स है। गोल। I win. कॉल पे कॉल, कॉल पे कॉल, कॉल पे कॉल मिलता है माय लॉर्ड, लेकिन पॉट नहीं मिलता, पॉट नहीं मिलता। मैं आज भी फेंके हुए चिप्स नहीं उठाता।
ले लीजिए ना सर।
नो। क्यों टाक? नो मीन्स नो। कोई बात नहीं, मैं उठा लेता हूं, मुझे हैंडपंप लगवाना है। यह अशरफ अली का श्राप है। ओए, जब यह 2.5 किलो का हाथ किसी पे पड़ेगा ना।
अरे लुल ससुरा, तुम अपना हाथ दो।
हाथा बाजी सटकली।
अरे तेरी, अरे कैसन गोला है, यहाँ तो कौनो हाथे नहीं पकड़ने देते ससुरा। का करें दादाजी, लो हाथ दो। हाँ हाथ दो।
जाओ पहले उस आदमी को पकड़ो जिसने मेरे हाथ में ये लिख दिया। अरे भगवान का दिया हुआ सब कुछ है, दौलत है, शोहरत है, इज्जत है। कोविड अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है। सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी। बस बिग डैडी पर जाकर आईपीसी का टाइटल मिल जाए। मुझे लगता है आप घोड़ों की रेस में गधे भी दौड़ेंगे। अरे मजनू, चलता है तू मुझसे। कंट्रोल खुदाई, कंट्रोल। बिग डैडी सुन के गोवा समझे क्या? गोवा नहीं, नेपाल है। आईपीसी फायर है। गेट इन द गेम साला।
This game may be habit forming or financially risky. Play responsibly.
Hi guys, so here we are at the heads up of our 25k kickoff event. Well, we saw some excellent gameplay on this table, and now we have Mahesh Shamsundar, who is second in chips with 22.05 lakh. And on chip lead, we have Sameer Agarwal with 45.5 lakh. Well, all the best, guys. May the best player win. Over to the commentators.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally down to the top two players, Sameer and Mahesh. There's a significant chip lead that he has, but we were just discussing internally, it's anyone's game from this point onwards. We've seen a lot of people with the chip lead give it away and lose a tournament, but at this point in time, listen, they've locked up the money, but it's still about that additional 2 lakh, and more importantly, guys, the trophy.
Yep. I mean, it's heads-up poker, so it's like the real form of poker where there's no ranges. Actually, like people can actually go and play street poker, which is like the most exciting part, at least for me. I'm not sure about you. What do you think about heads-up poker?
I mean, listen, it's also very tough, and it's also something that you have to study enough. And you also, when you're playing tournament poker, it's a situation that you don't very frequently get to reach, but at the same time it's something that you really always look forward to, and you want to make sure that you play great poker when you are heads up. Mahesh in that situation just jamming his 21 big blinds with his ace-9 off.
Basically, I'm a bit surprised because if he's open jamming ace-9 off for 20 bigs, how is he gonna open? Like, what range is he?
They just fold. At this point in time, I believe we are changing the deck. There seems to be one card which was ripped, or sometimes people tend to lift those cards up in a fashion which kind of bends them, and even a bend in a particular situation in a deck gives enough idea to the player in terms of what that card could be or is. So in that situation, it's very, very critical for us to change the deck and realign the deck. So you might think, listen, how much time does it take to change a deck? You can just take one deck and you start using the other one, replace this one. But it is not the case in RFID tables, because each card has a chip inside and it is connected to the table, so it has to be registered. So it's actually a particularly 5 to 10 minute thing in which all the cards have to then firstly be registered onto the tracker, onto the table, so that we can get the read from the sensor. So that's exactly why it's going to take a little bit of a time. And we've only seen one hand in this heads up situation, in which we saw the chip leader open up with his queen 7, and Mahesh not having any of it, and he just jammed 21 big blinds with his ace-9 in that situation. I mean, surprising, because we were just discussing 21 big blinds, a lot of chips. I mean, it's the humongous amounts of chips to be just going all in like that, because if you do get called, you're not going to be having a good time there, right?
It's pretty simple. Like when you decide to jam ace-9 off, you're actually making all the hands that you beat fold, and all the better hands keep calling you. I'm not really sure on the action what happened pre-flop. If
I think it was a raise to
raised,
raised to 200,000.
Yeah, so if it was raised, I mean, it's all right of a jam for 20 bigs, but if he decides to open jam, if he decides to actually open jam ace-9 off, I think he's in a bit of trouble. Shows a bit of less experience in terms of heads-up poker. As you said, not a lot of players study heads-up poker because we rarely reach it.
Absolutely.
But I think it's the main part, because when you reach the money...
In a lot of ways, play such a wide range and defend such a wide range when you're playing heads-up. You have a very different strategy as well. You have to have different strategies when you're deeper in heads-up, and very different strategies when you're shallow as well. You need to understand your 10 big blind jamming ranges, 5 big blind jamming ranges, opening ranges with 12, 13 big blinds. You have to be 3-betting wider, way more looser, defending against 3-bets as well quite frequently. It's about seeing the flop, and obviously in order for you to succeed at heads-up poker, you need to have a very, very strong fundamental and also very strong post-flop playability game.
I believe it's like if not the most, I think one of the most complex areas is studying heads-up poker. A lot of people have come out with their own courses for heads-up poker, just for heads-up poker, not the whole game. Just because the ranges are so wide, even for, like, as you said, calling is so wide, 3-betting is so wide. You got to know what hands are actually better shoves, and then what hands are actually better, raise call or raise fold. And we saw that Mahesh is not that aware of how he should play his ace-9 off.
And obviously it's just one hand at this point in time, and we're going to see many hands hopefully with Mahesh, unless we see a wrap up to this heads up sooner than we expect. But at this point in time, we're in for some action, because Mahesh and both of them it's not like there's a significant chip lead.
Yeah.
Right, that Sameer has in this situation.
I mean, I think
Sameer
it's
had
one
like a
is-
4-1. Yeah, it's mostly like 2-1 chip lead at this point in time, which means if you give me a double up, we literally have role reversals, right? We basically, I would have a 2-1 chip lead over you in that particular situation. So it's very important for Sameer to also be wary about that fact, right? Not give away free chips and try and accumulate as many chips as he can, but at the same time, not risking a lot of his chips is very, very critical for him.
Well, right now it's anyone's game. I do consider that there's both the players' skill level is around about the same. It's about who executes the better. They just have to keep their nerves calm.
Yeah.
They're playing for 2 lakh rupees on top of the locked amount that they've already signed for.
Absolutely.
It's going to be an exciting heads up. Just because both the players are not aware of. Like, I'm pretty sure that both the players are not as experienced as they would like to be in the heads-up pots. So I'm expecting to see some street poker.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what it's about. But listen, one thought is something that you can never ignore, that you've been a part of the 226 players here at Indian Poker Championship Megastacks, and by the way, we're back. And nobody wants to come second.
Nobody wants
you
to
won
come
that
second.
trophy.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what they're hoping to play for. Sameer versus Mahesh. The heads up at.
When you're playing heads up, especially when the stack sizes are like similar, you're playing for honor. It's not about the money. It's not about the trophy. It's about the honor that I beat this person heads up.
That is true, and in this particular hand, Mahesh has 7-5, literally has no connection with that board, whereas Sameer has clipped the second pair with his 10-8.
If I play the high roller that's already been running, I won that cap on my head. High roller. Everyone should know.
Yeah. It goes check again, and the 4 does not help anyone. Sameer would obviously take this pot down, and there's been a quick check by Sameer, and the option is on Mahesh whether he wants to convert his hand into a bluff. What happened here?
He bet, Mahesh bet quite significant on the river.
I don't think he bet 100,000
in 300k,
and Sameer
folded his 8. I mean, this is the interesting part about heads up poker. You have to make those light calls because your opponent's range is so wide. I mean, he's folding a pair at like we saw Kanishka calling with king high, blind on blind. It's a very similar situation.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that there wasn't any error with the graphic there, because I'm definitely a little surprised with that fold, and I'm also a little surprised that he did not try and go for some value on the flop of the turn with his 8 pair as well there. Sometimes when you get a check back on the flop and the turn is a 9, you want to basically lead out sometimes and get some value from your 8. Mostly gets folds also from your opponent there. In that particular situation, when you check the turn and check the river as well, your hand is so under-repped, and you're representing actually maybe like a queen high, jack high sort of a hand with no pairs essentially, and you give the option to your opponent to bluff into you, and you have a beautiful bluff catcher there in the form of an 8, right?
Yeah.
So making a call there would make a lot of sense.
I mean, looking at these players, Sameer is looking a bit tired, and if you look at Mahesh, he's all focused up. Like, you can actually see on their faces like who's more focused and who's more tired. Like, I know Sameer. I want Sameer to win because like I don't want Mahesh to lose, but I know Sameer, so I would obviously cheer for Sameer. But Sameer on the stream, he's looking a bit tired. So he has to pull back that energy, get few Red Bulls, coffee, tea, whatever gives him energy, and just get that extra 2 lakhs.
Absolutely, and I think it's more about the trophy at this point in time than that 2 lakhs, because I'm pretty sure that's not even on their minds right now. This is the India Poker Championship Megastacks tournament. We're looking at the final 2 players of
the
kickoff event here in Nepal, Casino Vegas by Big Daddy.
This event only had a buy-in of 25,000 rupees, and the winner was guaranteed 13 lakhs.
Yep.
If you're just tuning in right now, players have logged in certain amounts, and they're just playing for 2 lakhs up top for the winner.
Oh, that's a brilliant board for Sameer. I don't think he's complaining about that one.
Well, a 7 or a queen on the river will give us fireworks.
Yep.
Sameer likes to go for half pot bet on the turn after checking the flop. A queen on the river.
Let's go for it.
Let's see.
I don't mind a 7 or a queen here on the river. It's a 9. Doesn't really help. It converts his hand into a full house now. Jack's full of 9s.
There's a little bit difference that I see in the graphics right
in
now.
terms of placement?
I think the flop is different to what we are seeing. I'm not really sure, but I think... Oh yeah, sorry, I was wrong.
It's the same, yeah.
It's the same. I was wrong, yeah. I was looking at it from the other way around, maybe. I saw like 9-8 jack. I was like, wait, this is not the flop.
Yeah.
But you gotta be very careful. The production team is on the top of it, getting us the graphics, getting us the live stream right here from Nepal. Sameer again troubling Chelsea, saying, hey, I want that A7 suited. Can you give it back to me? You changed the deck now.
50 of top.
Sameer with a queen 5 off on the button. Button in heads up is also the small blind. So he's first to move pre-flop, but he would be second to move in position post-flop. Ace Jack with Mahesh. We saw what he did with Ace 9. But in this situation, Sameer has limped in.
He's probably going to go 3.5x, maybe 4x. Somewhere around 350, 400.
He does put in a raise and gets a quick fold from Sameer. And with that... oh
wow, it just went for us 200k raise.
लगता है कूलर ही आएगा तो ही काम होगा.
Sameer trying to decorate his chip stack. Maybe he'll try to create some something creative out of his stack size because he's got so much of it.
That's true. That is true.
Like if I have this stack size, I'm just building towers, castles, whatnot, just to keep me entertained, so that I don't fall asleep.
Yeah, but you really feel hurt when your castle breaks and you have to give away the bricks that you used to build your castle to someone else.
It never breaks, Prajit, because I never get here. When was the last time you saw me playing heads up for like 10 lakhs or 2 lakhs? Yeah. Never.
10-5 versus Jack 5. Mahesh has Sameer dominated. I'll have to see a 5-5-7 board. Oh, it is a paired board, but it's 4 deuce deuce.
The person who bets it first takes it down.
Yeah, these are those sort of situations, and you find a lot of these situations happening in heads-up poker. Depends on who wants it more. Now, Sameer's picked up a club draw, right?
He's not going anywhere.
And he still decides to check, and there's an option from Mahesh who decides to put on a bet, I believe, of somewhere close to 175 or 150.
The problem here is if you call, you literally can't bluff the river unless you have to donk it, which I don't see Sameer doing a lot of times.
He does make that call.
Yeah, I mean, are you really going to check 10 high if you don't improve?
Yeah,
is my
that's the question. You'll have to donk it.
Yeah. I don't think Sameer's got him to donk. He's never donked so far.
All right. The jack high is currently obviously winning that Mahesh has in his hand. But at this point, he does check and he does give up. And
this is the problem.
Yeah.
This is the problem calling it that turn bet. Either I would have raised the turn if I was him because I really don't want to call here with my flush draw and 10 high because I know that if I start donking on the rivers, it wouldn't make any sense. And if Mahesh had a deuce, he would have bet like 80% of the times on the flop. So he's like literally dropping a 9 or nothing. And against a 9, you have enough equity if you decide to raise. Because you can still have all the deuces.
Yeah,
sure.
There we go. They've put the trophy in the middle of the table. Yeah. And we see Mahesh making the remark that up to jitna padega, boss.
What a reminder, man. That's exactly the trophy that I have back at home.
There we go.
Exactly this one.
All it takes, Prajit,
is to
cover me in the main event. So you can play. Or get a replacement for yourself for the bounty.
There you see it. IPC May 2022 Nepal 25,000 kickoff event. The winner. Don't let this trophy fool you guys. It is extremely heavy. It's honestly really heavy, this trophy.
There we go. The man with some experience, winning trophies.
Mahesh has him dominated again with his 10 high with the 3 kicker. The 3 is something that Arjun Veer would have loved to see right now. He picked up a bunch of 3s. 7-3, 6-3, 8-3, 9-3, 10-3, all sorts of 3s.
Something that I've observed about Sameer is quite aggressive pre-flop, but when it comes to post-flop, he really slows down. Flush draw for Mahesh.
Absolutely. It's a paired board.
And 4 high for Sameer.
Sameer needs to hit something here to improve, unless he decides to bluff, because his bluffs at this point in time won't really work here because Mahesh has a club draw, a queen.
See, this is the thing. Sameer is checking down the flop, taking down that 4 high. As I've told you that he is aggressive pre-flop, raising it from his small blind, raising from the big blind. But as soon as you touch the post flop, he slows down a little bit.
The club draw completes there.
I would love Mahesh to check back and let Sameer bluff into him. Because if Sameer had anything, he would have bet either the flop or the turn. So now when you bet, you are literally letting him go off easy.
Like Sameer was literally playing the board.
Yeah.
Not literally the board, but queen, 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 5-4 is what he was playing instead of 5 deuce.
I mean, but he wasn't beating anything, because if Mahesh had a deuce, he was beat. If Mahesh had 5, he was beat.
Definitely. Mahesh would have exactly had to have 4-3 in his hand for him to chop. Right? So there's no other way he won there.
Yep.
With that, Mahesh has creeped up a bit. He's reduced the gap between them.
Like, since we've come out of the break, for me, Mahesh is looking more focused. He was all chilled down before, but right now he is in his zone, making moves, winning pots, flaunting his cap.
Yep. And he is picking cards as well, pocket 7s.
Yeah.
On the button.
Do you want to see pocket 6s for Sameer or pocket 8s? Jacks.
Yeah, jacks would mean a lot of action. Sameer has 9 deuce,
what about
which
9
basically
deuce
means he folds here. That's a quick fold. It's a quick fold. With that, the gap is literally nothing. 3.6 million versus 3.1 million, 50,000, 100,000 with 100,000 big blind ante, which means a player has 36 bigs, the other player has 31 bigs. Sameer, having said that, still has the chip lead right now, but it's really come to equal stacks now.
If I'm either Sameer or Mahesh here, you know what I'm doing? I'm making another deal and just firing in the high roller. Just make another deal, 1 leg chop.
I don't think that's possible because they've signed off on the fact that they will play till the end, and dealing again for that remaining 2 lakh, in which the other 2 players also had 50,000 guaranteed, 50,000 contributed. I think that would be a very unfair thing to do, but Sameer at this point in time, still with the chip lead, has 5-3 on the button, and
we probably see Sameer fold 5-3 off here.
Yeah, and Mahesh easy chipping up.
Sameer needs to just take a breather, take a deep breath, gain all the focus that he has, and try to win that trophy.
Jack 7 with Mahesh on the button.
250?
200.
200.
Raises
Min raise?
to the minimum.
Yeah.
And I've seen an all-in.
King 5 suited from the big blinds.
Slightly out of line considering you have
30 bigs.
30 plus bigs, 35, 36
Yeah.
bigs, because
effective is
you
30.
really need to have a strong read on Mahesh, knowing for a fact that he goes 2x.
But it doesn't
with
matter.
weaker range or
It doesn't matter. Even if you have the read, you can still 3-bet him.
yeah,
Right. And he
definitely
would
with
still
that
fold.
stack depth. Yeah,
You would
you
still
could
fold.
achieve the same result by just going 600,000 there.
The problem with this move is that if your read is wrong,
Yeah,
you're
done.
finished.
Yeah, you're done. You basically get called by queens there. Aces
Not
or
even
whatever.
queens.
Like king, queen, or king,
King,
ace,
jack.
king, jack, and then you feel really bad about
Aces.
it. Even though you actually put like king, jack in a very tough spot there for
Yeah.
30 big blind flipping.
Yeah, but heads up, I don't see Mahesh folding king jack. Like he has folded ace jack before, so I might be wrong again. But heads up, folding king jack might be criminal.
200.
Jack 8 on the button for Sameer.
I think we got the hands wrong for both the players. Their favorite hand should be king 5 offsuit for Mahesh and king 5 suited for Sameer.
All right, pretty decent playable hands for both players here.
I just really want to see Mahesh flat call this hand and play post flop, but by
Doesn't
the looks
look
of it,
good. They do not look like flat calling cards.
suited king in the big blind. And now if Sameer elects to go all in 4-bet, that is a move to watch for.
610,000 here. 650,000 by Mahesh. Sameer has to call another 450,000 with his jack 8 of clubs if he wants to continue this hand and see the flop. Let's it go.
I think you can call jack 8 suited, facing a 3-bet heads up. Especially when you are actually going with a strategy to raise almost whatever you want to play and not limp anything. Did Mahesh get the chip lead? 3.2 million?
No,
Not yet?
I believe Mahesh still has 3.2 million and Sameer has
3.6.
3.6 million here. He still has a hold on that chip lead, but not by much. Four 3 of diamonds from Mahesh, suited connected. I'm sure he wants to play this hand.
Can limp, can raise. Just don't fold.
100 है ना 100 है उन्होंने 50 ही डाला
On top. Option. Check.
Sameer likes to check back in the big blind with 9-7 offsuit. We see a flop of queen 10-5. Sameer still has a lead with his 9 high.
Yep, and now the diamond drop pops up for Mahesh.
See, now if I'm Mahesh and if I'm facing a bet, I don't mind calling here because I still have the position. But if I'm out of the position, I do not like calling with 4 high. So that is the difference that position makes in this game. Facing a big bet here. 185 and Mahesh elects to smooth call in position. He's got 16 outs, running ones to improve. Well, king of clubs doesn't improve him, but Sameer has 9 high. And he checks 9 high, and Mahesh has no option but to bluff here. Any bet that Mahesh
Absolutely.
makes, Sameer is literally handcuffed.
Yep.
I'm honestly surprised that Sameer has elected to give up with 9 high. And we see Mahesh loading up the chips.
That's a pretty sizable, chunky bet there.
Because Sameer still can have all the 10x because the flop win check in, win check, and Sameer can elect to check back all his 10x that he has in his range. See, this is the beauty of heads of poker. Even 9 high is good on 5 queen, 10 king board.
And he is thinking, he's not folded immediately, Sameer.
Is Sameer trying to re-raise here?
Yeah, because, I mean, calling would just be... I mean, that's going to be too optimistic here if he just makes a flat call here.
Just imagine if you call and your opponent shows jack high.
I mean, you'd be really...
Jack 4 of diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be feeling really sick about it, but this
like,
point in
I'm
time...
done, boys. He can literally call just so that he can have a note on the player.
Yeah, I'd rather wait 10-15 minutes and see it on stream than to make a call with my 9 high. And wow, he actually gave it a thought. Maybe he was contemplating if he wanted to raise there or not. But with that, I believe the chip stacks have been reversed, and Mahesh, for the first time in this tournament, has the chip lead, and Sameer is behind with 3.2 million and Mahesh with 3.6 million. I'm also guessing that the blinds are going to go up very, very soon. 60,000.
Sameer a little bit frustrated. He's lost a couple of pots, and he seems to be looking as if he's losing a bit of patience.
Yeah, could be the case.
Yeah,
could be the case. Fatigue starts
at this time
coming in as well, right? I mean, they've been playing. They played very long hours yesterday. They've been playing at least 8 to 9 hours today as well, considering they all started at 1 o'clock. It's been 2 long days of drilling and grinding at poker, but it's for the glory. It's for the glory, Sameer. You have to stick along. He's also not been picking up any cards, you know, like, and he's got 5 deuce.
See, like, he seems frustrated here right now. Like, he's like, I'm not picking up cards. I want to play. I want to take this down. But he needs to tell himself, you know, this game requires patience. He needs to gather all the focus that he has left in his tank.
True that, absolutely.
Just have a glass of water, have Red Bull.
Absolutely.
Change the momentum, because once you lose a momentum in heads up poker, you lose quite a bit of edge that you have in the game because you're not as focused as you should be.
The blinds have gone up to 60,000, 120,000 and 120,000 big blind ante. Those are a lot of blinds. Sameer.
Picking up junk again. I'm really impressed by Mahesh and his composure from the start of the table. Like, he was down to like a very short stack, but he's remained calm, he's remained patient.
Yeah,
and
he's picked up the cards at the right time, also got action.
Yeah.
And it was Sameer, if you remember, who gave him a lot of chips against the Ace Jack versus Pocket Queens. Sameer must be remembering that moment. But you know, there are many such moments in such a long tournament that you have to have fall in your favor in order for you to survive this long.
I mean, you can't win all the all-ins, right? If you won all the all-ins, what's the fun in the game? You got to lose sometimes.
60 on top.